Hi, welcome to Digital Forensic Essentials. We're in Module 0, where we're going to give you a welcome to the Digital Forensics Essentials class. And my name is Kevin King, and I've been working in the IT field for many decades. And I'm very happy to take some of that experience that I've had in everything from infrastructure networking to ethical hacking to forensics and share it with you. And you might have expectations from this, and I have expectations for you, and that is that you will learn some of the essentials of digital forensics. And I also hope to inspire you to jump deeper down the rabbit hole of forensics when you get the opportunity. What is this DFE program, Digital Forensics Essentials? It covers the fundamental concepts of computer forensics in a variety of areas, variety of fields. What we're going to do is equip you as a student of this class with the skills that you need to identify an intruder's footprints. What are they doing? How do they get here? What type of intrusion is this? And to properly gather the necessary evidence to prosecute. That's what forensics is really all about in a court of law. So that's what the DFE program is. What will you learn in the digital forensics course? Number one, we'll look at fundamentals in the next module, and then we're going to move there into the process. And it's very important to follow the investigation process. And what you'll see is we'll take that process, we'll take the understanding of hard disks and file systems, Windows and Linux, etc., and the understanding of data acquisition and duplicating and anti-forensics techniques that the attackers are going to use against you. Take that understanding with that process and we'll apply it to Windows forensics, Linux and Mac forensics, network-based forensics, investigating web attacks, dark web forensics, email crimes, and malware forensics. So with the framework of the process and the methods of acquiring information, we'll find that there are a lot of places we can go and investigate in terms of digital forensics. So what will you learn? You're going to learn some of the key issues that make it important to have people in this field, the different types of digital forensics, and we're going to look at the process and its phases, and the types of disk drives and file systems and methods of data acquisition, and again, like we saw in the previous list, anti-forensic techniques and countermeasures. And we're also going to look at the differences between volatile and non-volatile information gathering for many different operating systems like Linux, Mac, and Windows. And we're going to look at how do you correlate events and network traffic, investigation in webs and web server, web logs, and web applications, dark web, email, malware forensics, all of that. But no, you're not just going to have a lecture. You're also going to have the ability to take some of these items that we're talking about and follow me as we go through a lab where we have some of the latest Microsoft servers and workstations and also Ubuntu set up in a method that will help us, in a way that will help us make use of the forensic methods that we'll be talking about in the class. So you have to practice it. Try it out for yourself in iLabs, in our lab environment. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started, and I want to welcome you to the DFE, Digital Forensics Essentials class. Welcome to Module 1 of Digital Forensics Essentials. We're going to talk about computer forensics fundamentals. And in this module, we're going to look at several areas. Number one, we're going to look at the fundamentals of computer forensics. We're going to look at the different types of cybercrimes. We're going to look at IOCs, which are indicators of compromise. And then we're going to get an overview of the different types of digital evidence and rules of evidence. This is actually very important for the investigatory process. We're also going to understand forensic readiness and planning and business continuity and the roles and responsibilities of a forensic investigator and some of the legal compliance and legal issues in computer forensics. Let's get started. We're going to look, number one, at the fundamental concepts of computer forensics. So what is computer forensics? It's a set of methodical procedures and techniques that do what? So we follow a specific method, a specific set of procedures using a specific set of techniques that help us to identify, gather, preserve, extract, interpret, document, and present evidence. And every one of these words, identification, the gathering, the preservation, the extraction, and the interpretation and documentation of digital forensics is really summing up what a lot of this class is about. Right? Where are we getting this? We're getting it from computer equipment. This is digital forensics. Such that any discovered evidence is acceptable during a legal and or administrative proceeding. So all of this is like a quick summation of what this course is all about. Getting the evidence in such a way that it can be used to prosecute the perpetrator of the digital crime. So prosecuting the perpetrator is one of the end goals, but we have other objectives that lead to that and are somewhat outside that we need to discuss. And so these are the objectives of computer forensics. Number one, we want to identify, gather, and preserve the evidence of a cybercrime. We're going to talk about that preservation later on in the class and discover that preservation needs to be done in a proper way. We need to gather evidence of cybercrimes in a forensically sound manner. That's exactly what I'm talking about, using a method that is going to stand up to scrutiny in a court of law. And next is to estimate the potential impact of malicious activities on the victim and assess the intent of the perpetrator. It may be that you stopped, or the organization that you're working with actually stopped the crime before it was completed, and so you as a forensic investigator will need to be able to say the intent of this crime was to do the following. Very important stuff to collect that information to make that assessment. Next, we minimize the tangible and intangible loss to the organization. We want to make sure that that organization doesn't end up losing a substantial amount of money, time, reputation damage, etc. And we're helping with that by pursuing the forensic process. We want to protect the organization from similar incidents in the future. And that is one reason why we collect IOCs. We'll talk about that when we get there. Next, we want to support the prosecution of the perpetrator of the incident. So we want them to go down into the slammer, or at least get a fine. We have a need for computer forensics. Let's talk about how that plays out. Number one, we want to ensure the overall integrity and continued existence of IT systems. They could actually all be taken out by a determined attacker if there are sufficient vulnerabilities. We want to make sure the network infrastructure is working, up, available. Number two, we want to extract, process, and interpret factual evidence. And that point there, factual, is extremely important. And also the word proves. We want to prove the attacker's action in court. You may be called upon to testify. We also want to efficiently track down the perpetrators from different parts of the world. I don't care if they're on the other side of the globe. We want to find them and track them down. Number 4, we want to protect the organization's financial resources and valuable time, because attacks can be extremely expensive for an organization. So we do have a strong need for forensics. So when do you use computer forensics? So let's say I'm an organization, I'm a medium-sized business, and when am I going to engage my forensics team? Well, number 1, to prepare for an incident. And let's just stop here and talk about what an incident is. An incident is an occurrence in your organization that can have potential consequences that would cause a service to become unavailable. So for instance, if a virus attacked a local host on a computer, that host now becomes infected and data becomes unavailable. And incidents can be a lot smaller and a lot greater than that. So it's something bad that's occurring in the organization. So we prepare for those. How? By securing and strengthening defense mechanisms, as well as closing loopholes in security. So we want to make sure that we strengthen the security posture of the organization. We can do that with forensics. We want to identify actions that are needed for incident response. So the forensics team, having investigated many types of incidents, can inform the IH&R team, the incident handling and response team, what they can do, what they can be ready to face with specific types of incidents. Next, we want to act against copyright and intellectual property theft and misuse. We can actually discover whether that's happening, whether it could be happening, and stop it before it happens, or discover it while it's happening. Estimate and minimize the damage to resources in the organization, and then set a security perimeter, and formulate security norms for forensic readiness. So what are we talking about setting security parameters? So what we do is we say that this is how security needs to be conducted in order for there to be a security posture that the organization has decided that they want to maintain. And that helps to make sure that at every point we have forensic readiness maintained. And we're going to talk more about this as we get deeper into the course. The term forensic readiness has a lot of loaded content, but we're going to talk about that in detail as we get deeper into the course. Types of cybercrimes. There are a couple of major categories for cybercrimes. But what is a cybercrime? A cybercrime is going to be any illegal act involving a computer device, network, systems, or applications that are running. Any of the binaries associated with it. Any illegal act is a cybercrime. Category number 1 is an internal/insider attack. This is where we have an employee, a disgruntled employee, where we have a contractor, where we have somebody who is tightly associated with the organization who does an attack on that organization or the organization's systems. It could be a former employee, a business partner, a contractor, somebody that's on the inside knowledge, inside access, attacks the organization. The next type of attack can be an external attack. And this is when somebody who's not associated with the organization, who comes in from the outside of the organization, tries to gain unauthorized access to systems. And what they're going to do is find loopholes, vulnerabilities, use social engineering techniques to infiltrate the network and cause damage. What types of cybercrimes are there? Well, number one, there is espionage. This is when there is spying occurring, meaning that one entity is gathering information that they should not have about another entity. I think where we've seen this happen most, and most of you understand it from the nation state side of the coin, where somebody from one nation infiltrates another nation to gather national secrets. Well, the same thing is happening in terms of cybercrime, where an attacker will infiltrate an organization to get organizational secrets. That's called espionage. The next is intellectual property theft, where there is intellectual property that's owned by one organization that is stolen by an attacker. Another one is data manipulation, where data will be either added, changed, or removed from that organization in an illegal manner. The next one we have is a Trojan horse attack. A Trojan horse attack is when there's a piece of software that actually looks like one type of software, when in actuality, it is malware. And it's made to look like that, so the employee or the person who is using this software doesn't even know that it's malware. The next we have is a structured query language attack, and this is SQL, structured query language, SQL. You can inject SQL, which is the language that relational databases speak, that applications make use of. You can inject that SQL into the application and make the database do things like delete data, create new user accounts, things like that. A brute force attack. And a brute force attack is when you have a piece of software that tries all the combinations of letters, etc., that can be used to gain access to an application or an operating system. We also have phishing spoofing attacks, where somebody will send in an email or a text or a chat message that has spoofed credentials made to look like they're an authority or whatever. You've received these before, received these types of phishing emails. The next we have is privilege escalation attacks, and this is when the attacker that has gained a foothold in the organization, what they'll do is they will take that little foothold that they got, that they obtained, and they will use it to get administrative root access to the organization. We also have denial of service attacks, where there is so much data, information, frames, packets that are sent at a resource so that the resource becomes unavailable. There's cyber defamation, where the attacker will use internet and other electronic means to defame an organization or a person. There's cyber terrorism, where the internet is used to conduct terrorist attacks against another entity or organization on the internet. And then we have the state of cyber warfare, where we actually exist almost perpetually on networks and entities and governments and organizations that deal with day-to-day operations on the internet. Let's talk about the impact of cybercrimes at the organizational level. And so we see there can be quite a lot. Number one, loss of confidentiality, meaning that data that should be encrypted is exposed. Integrity, meaning that data that was supposed to be one way, by the time it was received, it was changed. And availability, meaning that I can't get to the data in the data stored in the organization. Theft of sensitive data, disruption of business service, loss of customer and stakeholder trust. Right now, think of this. Think of an organization that you've heard of that has had a major hack attack. They've been hacked. They've had their organization shut down because of some cybercrime. And there are other organizations that will no longer deal with them because they allowed themselves to be attacked. So they could have reputational damage. That can lead to either directly or indirectly, the cybercrime can lead to financial losses and penalties. If the attacker, like for instance, violated patient data or stole credit card data, that organization can be penalized by the government of that company, of that country. All right, so the next thing we go to is understanding digital evidence. So what is digital evidence? Let's have an introduction to it. It is any information of probative value. Probative value. Look at that root, probate, right? We talk about court, we talk about legal proceedings. It's information that has value for legal proceedings that's either stored or transmitted in digital form. So that's what evidence is. And if you've ever watched any of the crime series, especially the more modern ones on TV, you've seen them collecting evidence. So for instance, there'll be crime tape, and in the area of the crime tape, if you look at these TV shows, you'll see where they have tags. So like for instance, there might be a 9mm shell from a shooting of some sort, and there'll be a little tag with a number right by it, and then there'll be let's say a wallet, right? Because a wallet fell out of somebody's pocket, and there'll be another tag by that. So they tag, call it bagging and tagging. And before they bag it, what they're going to do is they are going to take photographs, measure distances, and find out everything that happens. The reason they're doing this is because what the lawyers can do as they argue this in court is they can exactly duplicate the crime scene if they need to, because they have all the measurements, they have all the evidence, they have the location of where everything was found, and that makes it much easier for them to prosecute the crime. That's what we're doing with digital forensics. We're making it so that a prosecutor can reproduce the exact scene of the crime, whether it took place on a hard drive or an entire network. It can be reproduced and used to prosecute the attacker. Right? The next thing we look at is digital evidence is circumstantial and fragile in nature, which makes it difficult for a forensic investigator to trace activity. So it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of tools. It takes a lot of techniques to make sure you can gather this fragile evidence. We'll be talking about that through the entire class. All right, according to Locard's exchange principle. So Locard's exchange, here it is. Anyone or anything entering a crime scene takes something of the scene with them and leaves something of themselves behind when they leave. And that's Locard's principle. So we know that if a criminal, let's go back to one of these crime shows like Law and Order, a criminal walks into a room, and as they walk into the room, there's a rough surface that they rub up against and they didn't notice. Or they leave a thread that fell off one of their piece of clothing. Or they leave a hair drops out of their scalp, or whatever. There's something left there. At the very least, if there's no DNA evidence, there might be a footprint impression left in the carpet that if you look very carefully, you can find out the size and width of shoe that they were using. Perhaps there is no footprint and there is no DNA evidence, but when they stepped on one of the boards of the floor, it made a little creaking sound as they walked into the room. And at that time, somebody downstairs happened to be awake, and they're like, oh, that's odd. Those people aren't usually home at that time, and they heard a board creaking, and that's evidence. So Locard's principle works in the digital area also. And so if somebody does a little bit of a scan of the network, we can find that information recorded in a log somewhere 3 weeks ago. And so we say, oh, wait a minute, I can see where this crime started. And we can say 3 weeks ago, there was a probe of these ports of this computer system. And this is typical of this type of attack. And we can trace it back. We're looking at those little footprints, that little board creaking in the room, but instead we're doing it digitally and watching the tracks of the attacker or the attackers as they leave evidence in our computer systems. So there are major types of digital evidence, and one of them is volatile data. So this is data that goes away very quickly, specifically as soon as the power is turned off. So let's say you have a laptop or a desktop computer. If you turn off the power on that, well, not only will you stop watching this class, so don't do that right now, but you will lose all of that volatile evidence. That's going to be, examples will include any logged on users that are on a system right now. Lose them when you close it. Any open files, network information, processes that are running, process to port mappings, process to memory, clipboard contents, service driver information, command history, stuff stored in RAM, stuff stored in video RAM, anything that's stored that when you turn off the power, it goes away. That's volatile. The next one we have is non-volatile data. This is permanently stored. This is going to be like in a memory card, hidden files, swap space, slack space, index.dat files, unallocated clusters, anything you find on a hard drive. On the hard disk itself, in hidden partitions and registry settings and logs, and those are all non-volatile. Turn off the power, it's still there. Turn on the power, it's still there. Now, another enemy of both volatile data and non-volatile data, they both have a common enemy, and that is time. That's time. So right now, let's say that on my computer system, and we'll look at this when we talk about hard disks and how that all works, but right now, if I were to delete a file, I delete a file on my computer system, guess what happens? The file is still there. It could be a 10 gigabyte file that I delete. The file is still there because all I'm doing is I'm removing the pointers that say, hey, the file begins here and the file ends here. And I'm marking that section of my hard drive or whatever storage I'm using as free space. So right now, as a forensic investigator, if I deleted the file and then a minute later, I went into that drive system, I could completely undelete the entire file. But with time, as I visit web pages, because I download those web pages, as I use applications, as I store data, over time, that file is going to be more and more overwritten. And even if the computer is turned on, even if it's turned on, over time, that volatile data is also going to be overwritten, evaporate, etc. So the enemy of volatile and non-volatile data is time. But it's very, very important to know the difference between the two of these. So some of the roles of digital evidence, and this is there are examples of cases where digital evidence might assist with the forensic investigator with the prosecution of the potential or even the defense of the suspect. So what are some of the roles? Identity theft. So let's say that there is somebody who had their credit card data or PII stolen, and there's a case that's being prosecuted for the person who purportedly did the crime. Well, getting forensic evidence will help with the prosecution of that. Or malicious attacks on computer systems. I was describing that one that started with a scan and maybe will move forward into actual attacks, other types of attacks, information leakage or unauthorized transmission of information or theft of commercial secrets or use or abuse of the internet. I remember as a director of IT for a company, my help desk employees came to me and they said, you really need to look at one of these employees because he is strange and he's doing really horrible things on the internet. And back in those days, there wasn't a policy that we had for being on the internet or whatever. But when I investigated this employee, I found out that he was looking at images of torture, not even to describe it in this class, but that was an abuse of the internet. And it also proved a lot about that person, and we ended up firing him. But using investigatory processes, I was able to discover that after it was reported by his fellow employees. Production of false documents and accounts, unauthorized encryption or password protection of documents, abuse of systems, email communication between suspects and conspirators. We can track all of this through forensic processes. We can use, for number 10, email headers and look at that. We can look at logs for abusive systems. We can look at encryption processes used over time and even use logs for that. There are all kinds of methods to use digital evidence to either prosecute or defend a suspect based on these types of activities. All right, where are we going to get this digital evidence? What are some of the sources of potential evidence? Number one, files that users create: address books, databases, images, etc., documents. You know, you're a user. I'm a user. We create these files all the time. User-protected files. If they're compressed, people relatively kind of rarely do that. Misnamed files, but if there's an attacker, they can misname the file on purpose to try to mislead investigators. Files that are encrypted. Why are they encrypted? Well, we don't want anybody to see what's there. Or password-protected files, or hidden, or stenographically encoded files. Like, for instance, you may have a message that you encode onto a JPEG file, and it looks like a regular picture, but really it has information that the attacker is trying to sneak out of the organization. Or even computer-created files like backups and logs and config files and printer spool files and cookies and swap and system files and history and temporary files. All of this is a potential source of evidence. There are other potential sources of evidence also, like, for instance, a hard drive, thumb drive, memory card. And so what can you put on there? Everything. You can put pictures and video and multimedia files and logs and text files. You name it. If it's on a computer, you can get it onto a hard drive, thumb drive, flash card, right? Some type of dongle that you can use to attach whatever type of card you want to that dongle. And configurations or permissions can be changed, even through like a biometric scanner. It can be gamed if you know how to use it. An answering machine, voice recordings, deleted messages, last call number, that's potential evidence. The suspect received a call at 10 a.m. on April 7th, and the call that he received was from Antigua, but it was actually forwarded from a location in Eastern Europe or whatever, right? So we can use that as evidence, digital surveillance camera. Well, the suspect claims that he was not in this area. However, when we review footage from 3 months before the crime took place, we see the suspect walking into the area. And we also can observe something else, right? We can look at it. We have sound or camera or images or whatever, right? Random access volatile memory. So we take the laptop or the desktop and we take a snapshot of what's actually happening in memory right now. And then we can see what specific processes, what specific binaries, what specific data was loaded into memory registers. But there's also other types of evidence. Like, for instance, a handheld device that can have anything from address book information. Like in my address book on my phone, I probably have close to probably over 1,000 contacts in there. And if it was to be confiscated and examined forensically, maybe there is a contact, if I were a criminal, with somebody that I do business with, right? Calendars documents, email, all of that is on a handheld device. A phone is every bit as powerful, and in many cases more powerful than some of the desktops and laptops that we have. And a phone, a handheld device, can store terabytes of information. And then we have LAN, and NICs, the network interface card of a computer that's plugged into a network, where we get the MAC address. The MAC address, the media access control address, cannot be changed. You can spoof it. So for instance, if I had a PC and I wanted to fake like I was another device on the network, I could spoof the MAC address of the other device. But there's also what's called the BIA, or the burned-in address of that device, and that burned-in address never changes. So having that information is very helpful in routers, modems, and switches. And if you're using hubs, there are files, for instance, syslog and configuration files and others where you can get evidence. We also have network cables and connectors, and it could be the device itself. This device was connected to the network. How do we know? Well, because when we went into the room, there it was, plugged into the network, and I took a picture, and here it is. This device was interfaced fiber optically with this switch or whatever, right? We can maybe determine that by even looking at the logs of the switch or the router or whatever it is. Servers, well, they're an entire computer system. I will also say this, that printers are often entire computer systems from which we can collect forensic data. But beyond that, their main job is to print. So we have logs, time date stamps, network identity and interface information, ink cartridges, time and date stamp, etc., that we can use to establish a track of the attacker. Also, even an IoT or a wearable, like if somebody has a watch or a Bluetooth headset or stuff like that, we can examine the GPS on the watch. So maybe they erased everything. They're trying to establish that they never went to a specific location, and there's no GPS evidence on the laptop, there's no GPS evidence on anything, but on their watch, maybe they didn't erase that, and we can go grab that. Video recordings, cloud storage, sensors. There's a lot of information on IoT and wearables. There's also information in removable storage devices, CD, DVD, Blu-rays. Maybe the perpetrator recorded files that they needed to sneak out of the organization onto DVDs, and maybe put a label on it that says it's some movie, right? It is a Terminator movie set or whatever. Scanner, somebody scanned something. We can go grab evidence from the scanner, or telephones, phone numbers, caller identification, appointment information, email pages. There can be a lot through the names and information we find with those. Copiers, documents, user logs, date timestamp, credit card skimmers. So maybe that is one of the crimes that the potential perpetrator did, and so we can find information through the skimmer. Or digital watches. This is, again, wearables, talking about that. Maybe there are even notes or books, or I'm sorry, their address book in there. Fax machines. Yes, we still use fax machines. And again, they keep logs, and there's the film cartridge where we can look and see what happened, look at the phone numbers that were called and where they're received, and then even GPS, again, finding where somebody went and when it happened by looking at those logs. So many different sources of evidence, and I will put forth to you that there are even more places and that are related to this that you can find even more digital evidence. All right, let's talk about some rules of evidence. So there are 5 basic rules that we need to make sure that all evidence collected is admissible in a court of law. Number 1, it is understandable, clear and understandable to the judge. So you imagine a judge on a bench with the black robe, looking through some paperwork and saying, what is this? I have no idea what this is. You can't explain this to me. What is it? It's not understandable. It might be thrown out. It needs to be admissible. It has to be related to the fact being proved. It needs to be authentic, real, and appropriately related to the incident. It needs to be reliable. In other words, there is no doubt about the authenticity or the veracity of the evidence, and it needs to be complete, proving the attacker's action or proving the attacker's innocence. So if any one of these rules of evidence fails, then the evidence can be thrown out, and the entire case can be thrown out. And this has happened many times in the past, where you bring somebody in who it is known by both the prosecution and the defense that the individual committed the crime, but the major evidence that ties the individual to the crime was collected improperly, violating the rules of evidence, and then the major chunk of evidence gets thrown out of court, and a mistrial is declared, and in some cases the perpetrator can walk, or there's going to be a retrial. So very important to get your evidence correctly gathered. So the best evidence rule. So if we look at the best evidence rule, what it states is that the court only allows the original evidence of a document or a photograph or a recording. In other words, you can't go to the judge and say, I would like this admitted as evidence in the trial. And well, what is it? Well, Your Honor, this is a photo of a picture of a rendering that was taken by somebody before. So it's not real, right? It's a picture of a picture of a picture. That's not original. That's not going to be allowed in court, right? So it needs to be original, not a copy. However, the duplicate can be accepted as evidence provided the court finds the parties' reasons for submitting the duplicate are genuine. So, for instance, if I take a picture of a picture into the court and say, the reason I'm submitting this is because on the bottom left-hand corner of the picture, we see an artifact, and I can document each one of these cameras and so on. There are reasons why you can accept that. If it's proving a specific point, maybe the evidence itself isn't what you're submitting, it's something else related to the evidence. So either way, lawyers are really good at this stuff. So, but really you want to focus on original and genuine. One thing also I want to say about this too is when we're dealing with, let's say, digital evidence, if we can prove that the digital evidence that we have is 100% the exact same as it was on the original, and we can do this with hashing techniques, then it can be accepted. Down over here, the principle underlying the best evidence rule is that the original evidence is considered to be the best evidence. So original is the best. All right, so federal rules of evidence. And this is dealing with the United States of America. And this will, if you're watching this from Canada or from a Western Europe country like Germany, or you're watching this from the UK or something like that, you're going to have somewhat similar types of experiences in terms of rules of evidence, although they will vary by country. But the United States is a very good one to look at in terms of rules of evidence. So let's visit the federal rules of evidence of the United States of America. Number one, these rules shall be construed to secure fairness in administration, elimination of unjustifiable expense and delay, and promote growth and development of the law of evidence to the end that the truth may be ascertained and proceedings justly determined. So that's the actual reading of the law and the beginning of it regarding the federal rules of evidence. So now what we're going to do is we're going to dive into some areas dealing with evidence at the federal level. One of these is the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence. What they've established is several principles that are standards that we use for evidence. Number one, principle one, in order to ensure that the digital evidence is collected, preserved, examined, transferred in a manner safeguarding the accuracy and reliability of the evidence, law enforcement and forensic organizations must establish and maintain an effective quality system. And so what's going to happen is let's say I have an organization, XYZ Corp, and I have a forensic group. I need to have that part of my organization organized in such a way that under an investigation, it will be deemed to be a quality and effective system. Right? So principle 1. There are other principles, but let's go ahead and move over to standards and criteria 1.1. All agencies that seize and or examine digital evidence must maintain an appropriate SOP. SOP is a standard operating procedures. Document all elements of an agency's policies and procedures concerning digital evidence must be clearly set forth in this SOP document, which must be issued under the agency's management authority. Right, let's go ahead and look at XYZ Corp again, and let's say that we don't have an effective quality system. We actually don't even have a real forensics team. We have an IT team, we have an incident handling team, but not a real forensics team. And we went about collecting the evidence. Our team was investigated, and they were found that under the standards and criteria 1.1 of the SWGDE, there was no SOP for our investigations. And a lawyer on the other side can say, this was not forensically gathered appropriately. They didn't have a correct forensic team put together, and therefore I move that this evidence that was gathered by these well-meaning people be dismissed. And the judge could slam the gavel down and say, the evidence is hereby dismissed, and maybe you no longer have that prosecutor. So, under criteria and standards 1.1 of the SWGDE, it's a very good idea to make sure your forensics team has SOPs for conducting forensic examinations. All right, let's go to standards and criteria 1.2. Agency management must review the SOPs on an annual basis to ensure continued suitability and effectiveness. So we want to make sure that we are always on top of it and that we don't allow these procedures to no longer be valid. Standards and criteria 1.3. The procedures must be generally accepted in the field and supported by data gathered and recorded in a scientific manner, right? So these are just criteria that the SWGDE has put together to help organizations like yours, organizations like mine, put together effective forensics teams. They actually have some more. Let's look at that. They have criteria 1.4, maintaining written copies of appropriate technical procedures. 1.5, using hardware and software appropriate for the seizure and examination procedures. 1.6, all activity related to the seizure and storage and examination must be recorded, available for review and testimony. Standards and criteria 1.7, any action that has potential to alter and damage and destroy any aspect of the original evidence must be performed by qualified persons in a forensically sound manner. Well, this is a lot of stuff. I tell you what, if you've ever studied law at all or read any law manuals, this is, if you look at the SWGDE, it's there to comply with the standards of jurisprudence. And so if you read a lot of the stuff they have, it's very much like a law manual in its reading. So you have to kind of be prepared for that type of statements, that you would see in a court of law. Very interesting stuff here. There's another organization that can help out too as you put together your forensics team, which is the ACPO, which is the Association of Chief Police Officers Principles of Digital Evidence. The Association of Chief Police Officers. These are their principles of digital evidence. Principle number 1. No action taken by law enforcement agencies or their agents should change data held in a computer storage media which may be subsequently be relied upon in court. So in other words, we want to make sure we preserve digital media. Number 2, we want to make sure we have access to digital media and that it's stored adequately. Number 3, we want to make sure that there's an audit trail that can be investigated by and preserved by an independent third party. Number 4, the person in charge of investigation, the case officer, needs to have responsibility and follow the law and the principles alluded to herein. All right, so, and these are all for the ACPO and for other agencies that help with investigations, especially digital evidence principles, etc. These are all stated in much more detail. If you go to down here, this is the college-police.uk. You can find some of these documents and investigate them for yourself. All right, so let's understand forensic readiness. What in the world is forensic readiness? It refers to the organization's ability to optimally use digital evidence in a limited period of time and with minimal investigation costs. What does that mean? If you have forensic readiness, the degree to which you have a team that can quickly investigate digital crimes is the level to which you have that ability, and the level to which you can quickly leverage that ability indicates your forensic readiness. So if you have very good forensic readiness, it gives you some benefits. Number one, you have fast and efficient investigation with minimal disruption to the business. Number two, you have better security from cybercrimes like fraud or theft or whatever. Number three, it offers a structured storage of evidence that reduces the cost of the investigation. Number four, improves law enforcement interface. Number five, helps the organization use digital evidence in its own defense. So those are a lot of benefits. Basically, it helps to make sure that since you have good efficiency in your forensic techniques and your forensic SOPs and your forensics team, it saves your organization money, and it helps the forensic investigations that you launch to be better in a court of law, more admissible, etc. So forensic readiness as a business, you want to have it available because it helps with business continuity. And so business continuity allows an organization to quickly bounce back from an attack or from anything that would stop that business from being able to conduct normal operations. So with forensic readiness in terms of business continuity, easily identify the impacted components and replace them so you can keep on rolling as a business. So the forensic readiness allows the business to quickly determine incidents, collect legally sound evidence, analyze it, minimize the required resources, recover from damage, gather evidence to claim insurance, legally prosecute the perpetrators, claim damages. So if you have a high degree of forensic readiness, we see like a trend here. Number one, your investigation is going to be quick, right? So in other words, if you have a high degree of forensic readiness versus an organization, maybe organization A, high degree of forensic readiness. Organization B, very low degree of forensic readiness. Both of them get a ransomware attack. Organization A isolates the binaries, shuts off the attack, stops it from happening, does the investigation, done in 3 days, recovered, back up and running. Organization 3, after a week, is still considering whether they want to pay the fee, right? They don't have a good degree of forensic readiness for the same exact attack. Lack of forensic readiness, therefore, can result in loss of clients. Why? Because your organizational reputation is damaged because, it took you 2 weeks, 3 weeks to recover from that ransomware attack. Whereas company A, they're 3 days, and in fact, no one would have even known that they had a ransomware attack unless they reported it, and they reported it 2 weeks later, and that's how we know. But you're still working with it. There was an organization, and I was doing training for another organization, and this organization locally that is actually a pretty large organization. I'm not even going to tell you what field they're in, but they sent people to be trained in one of my classes, and it was a night class for their system administrators and engineers. And I only got to teach 2 days of that class because they all left my class claiming that I was a boring instructor. And I'm just kidding. That's not why they left the class. The reason that they left the class was because they actually had an intrusion of a malware by a threat actor. And this intrusion of malware was so difficult to eradicate, to contain, that they had to bring in other professional third parties, and they worked for months to eradicate this malware. So if they had had a very strong forensic readiness, IH&R, etc., then they may have been able to anticipate and eliminate it sooner. But instead, it took them probably 5 or 6 months before the business and all the related functional groups of that business were up and running and clean and fine. Wow. Fortunately, no one knew about it. I just told you, but I didn't tell you who they were. I don't want to damage their reputation. It was many years ago that happened. And these days, right now, you can probably think of organizations that have poor reputations because they did not handle attacks very well. Downtime, deletion, theft of data, inability to collect legally sound evidence because the attacker has ruined it, or because your forensic process has ruined the evidence. All of that is lack of forensic readiness. So you need to plan to have good forensic readiness. How do you plan for good forensic readiness? It's really, for forensic readiness planning, it's a set of processes that we're going to follow, and we're going to use this to achieve forensic readiness. Number one, we want to identify the potential evidence that are required for the incidents. So I also want to perhaps say this too, that one way to make it so that your forensics teams are in the highest state of forensic readiness is drills. And we're going to talk about this a lot more throughout this course. But your team needs to be constantly drilling and ready to go. If you look at some of, this is almost like a first responder. This is a first responder role to be in forensics. And so if you have a first responder, let's say that you have a team that puts out fires. They work in a fire station, they have a fire truck. That's what they do periodically. They drill. All right, this is a drill. There's a fire on a 4-story building, and maybe you go out. If you've seen those places, usually at the edge of a city or outside the city, or sometimes even in the middle, but they have a multi-story area where especially people who are coming in to be new firefighters and also even veterans can practice dragging those super heavy hoses as a team up the stairs, standing that water pressure, making sure they understand the different types of fires and the different fire situations. They're drilling this all the time. So when they arrive on the scene and of a real fire, and they use these practiced eyes, and they can look around and make assessments immediately and professionally get this fire put out in a way as quick as possible. That's just one type of first responder. If you look at what happens in the military, you have your fire teams and other types of teams that drill all kinds of activities over and over and over and over and over again. If you look at MMA, right, that's a sport. Or if you look at basketball, what are they doing when they're not in a tournament or playing a game? Drilling over and over and over and over and over again. So if you go into the basketball court and at the corner of an eye, the basketball player sees somebody do something that they've seen them do 150 times, they know that they're not actually going for the shot. They're bouncing it off the backboard, and I'm going to go in for the slam, right? How do I know that? Well, because we've done it 150 times in a drill. The same way that we drill for ransomware, the same way we drill for worms, the same way we drill for a physical intrusion into the organization, the same way we drill for collecting evidence from a network scan. We do it over and over and over again. And then by the time an actual incident occurs, the team has been there so many times that they don't have to think about what to do next. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we get deeper into the class. But if you have drilled it many different times of the different types of attacks that you can get, we want to identify that evidence very quickly, understand it, what it is right away. Where did it come from? Well, if we've drilled that over and over again, we actually have an idea of where how to secure sources of evidence and find out where it came from. Like, for instance, if it's an intrusion through a firewall or whatever. Determine the policy that determines the pathway to legally extract the electronic evidence with minimal disruption. So legally, what do I need to do to secure this evidence? Number 4, establish a policy to handle, and look at this, the term policy is going to come up over and over again in this course. Really, the beginning of good forensics starts with policy. Establish a policy to handle and store the acquired evidence in a secure manner. You're going to need a place to store this. You need a forensics lab. Number 5, identify the incident requires full or formal investigation. So I need to know if it does. And if I've drilled this many times, then I might be able to tell right away whether I need a full formal investigation. Create a process for documenting. Establish legal advice through a legal advisory board to guide the investigation process. So all these policies that we establish here and so on, all the processes and standard operating procedures need to be funneled through our legal counsel to make sure that everything we're doing lines up with a forensic readiness and forensic process that will allow this to stand up in court. Number 8, keep incident response team ready to review the incident and preserve the evidence. The forensics team and forensics in general is an integral part of incident response. So we need to make sure that we're all ready to react in a way such that we preserve evidence that can be used for the organization and for the prosecution of the criminal in the crime. All right, so this brings us to identifying the roles and responsibilities of a forensic investigator. So, you want to be a forensic investigator, do you? What are you going to be doing as a forensic investigator? Number 1 is cybercrime investigation. So you're going to have skills, experience, helping your organization, helping law enforcement agencies investigate and prosecute the perpetrators of cybercrimes. That's what we want to do, is bring them to justice. Have them standing before that judge and answering for their crimes. Number 2, sound evidence handling. So again, we're going to have experience. By the way, a lot of this experience, it's going to become clear as we go through the class that happens through drilling, doing exercises over and over again. So technically, if a person is technically inexperienced and they examine the evidence, it might become inadmissible in a court of law. That's why we need to drill and make sure that they are technically experienced so that the evidence can be admissible. So we need forensic investigators because we want the evidence to be sound and handled well. All right, number 3, incident handling and response needs forensic investigators, because a very important step in IH&R, incident handling and response, is the forensic investigation process. So we have to have good forensic readiness to help with handling incidents. All right, so if you're going to be a forensic investigator, what are some of the roles and responsibilities that you will have as a forensic investigator? Number 1, determine the extent of any damage done. So we want to find out what was broken. Remember, The attacker is there to steal, kill, and destroy. Kill your company, steal your data, and destroy evidence that they were even there. And so what we want to do is find out what damage they did. And so you need to be able to have an SOP that'll help you find that out. We want to recover data, investigate the data from devices that were involved in a crime. All right, any data that can help with that investigation. We want to create an image of the original evidence without tampering with it at all. We want that evidence, the original evidence, to have complete integrity so that the image and the original are 100% exactly the same. We want to be able to guide officials through carrying out the investigation. So if there are other agencies involved, etc., you want to make sure that you have the guidance for that, analyzing the evidence, preparing the report, updating the organization about various attack methods, data recovery techniques, and maintaining a record of them. So there might be a new technique that can be used, or let's say a technique that can be used for a new piece of equipment or application. We document that and be ready for it next time we need to use the technique. Addressing the issue in a court of law and attempting to win the case by testifying in court. So you may be called upon as a forensic investigator to testify in a case. It may not be one that you are even investigating. You just might be an expert witness that is needed to testify. Normally, though, when you testify in court, it's going to be for cases that your organization is investigating. So what makes a good forensic investigator? Well, we have interviewing skills. So we need to gather evidence, and one of the first things that we'll do is talk to the people that are involved as victims of the crime, right? So we need to ask them what's going on, right? So when did you first notice that there was a problem? Well, my computer screen started making really weird images and stuff. Can you describe to me what you saw on the computer screen at the time? And how long after you stuck the flash drive into the USB port, the flash drive that you found in the parking lot, how long after you plugged it in did you see this activity on the computer screen? And, sometimes as a forensic investigator, you need to actually talk to the victim of the crime in a way such that they won't feel condemned. Because if somebody did pick up a flash drive in a parking lot and opened it up because they thought it was brand new and stuck it into a USB and caused all kinds of trouble on the network, they might actually feel very, very embarrassed and chagrined that they would fall prey to an attack like that. But you need to make sure that you gather the best evidence and get a good deposition from them so that you can use that for your investigation. All right. We're not condemning them for what they did. We're not. That's not our role. Our role is just to get evidence, right? It might be their manager or human resources role to condemn them for what they did, but not us as a forensic investigator. So we're not going to say, all right, so you saw stuff popping up on your screen? Yeah, so when you plugged in that flash drive, why did you do such a stupid thing? That's not a question we ask them, right? We just get evidence, we get data, we collect that from the victim, from the witnesses, from suspects. And also, you need to have some writing skills to be able to make a good report that is understandable to people who need access to that information. Strong analytical skills. We need to hunt down what happened, find the evidence, link it to the suspect. And then good, excellent communication skills so that you can explain what you found to an audience. Also, you need to keep updated about new methods and forensic technology and well-versed in multiple computer platforms. You're going to be investigating every computer platform in your organization. If you're an independent forensic investigator, then you'll be investigating platforms of all types. Also, you should have knowledge of hardware, knowledge of software, knowledge of the internet and how it works, and how switches and routers and infrastructure networks function. And you'll need to develop and maintain computing and network, and you need to hobnob with your field. You have other investigators, professionals, and you need to know the laws that are relevant to the case that you're working on. All right, so the last section that we're going to be looking at is understanding some of the legal compliance in forensic investigations. And so there's legal compliance you need to think about when you're doing a computer forensic investigation. We want to make sure that's admissible, and we have regulations, we have standards that play a part in this analysis. So these are some laws that you want to be aware of. And we are not going to go through what each of these laws are all about. I think you're probably familiar with HIPAA for health insurance, and PCI DSS for credit cards, and SOX for if you're on a board of a corporation, and accounting, et cetera. So there's a lot of them here. So GLBA, which is Graham Leach Bailey Act, the Federal Information Security Modernization Act of 2014, or FISMA, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, or HIPAA, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, or PCI DSS, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, GDPR, which is out of Europe, the Data Protection Act of 2018 also, Sarbanes-Oxley, or SOX, of 2002. Each one of these has a lot of information. And if I'm working with a defense contractor covered under FISMA that works with an on-base or a hospital that's covered by HIPAA, that allows patients to pay using credit cards that's covered by PCI DSS, wow, I might need to keep all of that in mind during my forensic investigation. No? Absolutely. All right, so if you are an organization that works with or in other countries, or if you are located, you may be watching participating in this class from Singapore, or from Belgium, or Brazil, or the Philippines, or India, or you might be out in the UK, or you might be one of those United Statesians. Whatever location you are, whatever country you're in, there are laws that if you're doing forensic investigations, you need to think about. Secondarily, if you are in a nation and you do business in another nation, you need to be aware of those laws also. And really, we're only touching the surface of these laws. So, we have looked at some of the fundamentals of computer forensics. We're going to expand vastly on some of the themes that we've been talking about throughout the rest of the course. We looked at some of the rules of evidence that we have to look at. We looked at some of the forensic readiness planning and business continuity, and even the roles of a forensic investigator. And we had talked about legal issues all throughout this section. In the next module, we're going to look at the actual process, details on the computer investigation process. So, hey, it was fun doing this module. Let's get ready to move on to the next one. Welcome to Module 2 of Digital Forensic essentials, and we're going to talk about the investigation process in this module. We're going to have a look at 4 major areas. Area number 1 is the importance of the investigation process. We're going to look at the pre-investigation phase, the investigation phase, and finally the post-investigation phase. Let's do it. All right, so first of all, the importance of investigations. We're going to look at understanding that process and its importance, and so let's get started. The forensic investigation process. What it is a methodological approach to investigate, seize, and analyze. So investigate, seize, and analyze digital evidence, and then manage the case from the time of the search and seizure to the reporting of the investigation results. So all that management that we'll be doing, and I want you to know that in terms of seizing that evidence and analyzing that evidence, that's what the rest of this class is all about. But that's what the process is: investigating, seizing, analyzing, and presenting. So it's a very important process. Digital evidence is very fragile. It's ones and zeros held in RAM, held in buffers, held in caches, on hard drives, on video controller cards, on disk drive array caches, all kinds of places. And so it's very fragile, and we have to follow strict guidelines through the forensic investigating process to make sure that we have integrity of evidence that is critical when this investigation goes up in front of a judge in a court of law. So we have to be, if you're a forensic investigator, that process has to be followed. The investigation process needs to comply with local laws and establish precedents. And this is a really important one. Established precedents. Let me just give you an example of an established precedent that's actually extremely interesting. Okay, so in your house, your apartment, your flat, a lot of people have a mat on the front door outside of your domicile. And what does that mat say? It says, welcome. All right, it says welcome. And most people have a welcome mat. In the United States, in states like Texas and Florida and many other states, they have what's called a castle doctrine. Castle doctrine says that if somebody bursts into your house, breaks into your house, you have the right to defend that house with deadly force, irrespective of who, what, when, where, how that happens. For the most part, that's called a castle doctrine. Even though on the front porch of your house it says welcome, that doesn't mean that anybody who wants to can just walk into that house. However, there is case law that says, like for instance, let's say in an organization, I have a router, and the router has a web page at the IP address of the router. And the web page says, welcome to XYZ Corp's 7509 router. And if it says welcome, there is case law that supports an attacker attacking that and then being able to be exonerated because there was a welcome message on the router. So I really need to know established precedents. And I can help my organization by saying, hey, there's established case law. Even though that router has a nice secure message, HTTPS or whatever, if an attacker discovers it, then they're welcome to attack that router. So knowing some of the established precedents in investigation processes and even in case law can be very helpful for the forensic investigator. So any breach or deviation from established precedents, from legal standards, can jeopardize the entire investigation. Investigators must follow an repeatable and well-documented set of steps. This is what I was talking about in the last module, how we have to drill this. We have to have good SOPs. If in your drill you discovered that something is missing, then you go back through and write it back into the operating procedure. Yeah, every iteration of this SOP, we have to analyze, and no matter what we're doing, it needs to be able to, under those circumstances, have the same findings. Otherwise, it can be invalidated under cross-examination in a court of law. They can say, you went through this process and you found this data. That's correct. And we have physical copies of all of this, and we went through that process or a different process or your same process, especially if you go through the same process and find different data, then you can invalidate it. So yeah, very important to have a good forensic process. In fact, there are phases that you need to be aware of for the forensic investigation process, including the pre-investigation phase, where you have tasks that you're going to do before you start the investigation. For instance, setting up that forensic lab that I mentioned up earlier, making sure you have forensic workstations for your forensic investigators, making sure you have a good forensic toolkit. We'll talk about all this in this class. Setting up the team, getting approval from your management and the hierarchy of your organization. All of that happens before you ever hit your first investigation. Then we have the investigation phase, which is the main phase that you acquire the evidence, you preserve it, you analyze it, you identify the source of the crime and the culprit behind it. That's all part of the investigation phase. And let's say that you identify the culprit. You identify the group that attacked the organization. Then we need to document all of the actions that were undertaken. And by the way, this is part of the investigation phase too. So as you go, you're documenting all your actions, all your findings, making sure that you have a report that's very easy to explain to a target audience and gives you adequate and acceptable evidence. And when we say acceptable, that means acceptable where? In a court of law. All right, let's talk about the forensic investigation process, and we're going to focus on a specific part of that process, and that is the pre-investigation phase. We had a little bit of overview of it just a few moments ago, and now we're going to look at it in depth. Setting up the forensics lab. So one of the items in making sure you're ready for forensic investigation, that you have very good forensic readiness, is that you need to have a well set up computer forensic lab. This means that you need to have an area set aside for this. So if you don't have a forensics team yet, and your organization's putting together a forensics team, it's not just the team you need space for the forensic lab. What's going to be in this forensics lab? It's going to have instruments, software, hardware, forensics workstations, and computer-based investigation capabilities so that you can collect evidence. In fact, one of the cool things you can do right now is go to DuckDuckGo. I like DuckDuckGo for images better than I like Google, but I would say go to DuckDuckGo, type in Computer Forensics Lab, and then go to Images, and have a look at all the different computer forensic lab setups that are out there. Some of them look more realistic than others, but you can get an idea of what I'm talking about if you go to DuckDuckGo and type in Computer Forensics Lab. And in these labs, we have many different things going on. Number one, we need to make sure that we have adequate budget for the lab, not just to establish the space where it's going to be, but ongoing maintenance. So how many cases are we going to have a year? The type of investigation, how much manpower are we going to need for this lab? These are things we need to try to establish before setting up the lab. And then we're going to need equipment. We're going to need hardware and software for this lab. So this is going to be the planning and budgeting of the lab. And one of the areas that might help with that is to benchmark, where you go to other organizations or engage other organizations that are similar to yours that have forensics labs and find out what it costs. How do they put together their forensics lab and forensics organization? And you can get a much better cost idea from that investigation. All right, number 2, in setting up your computer forensics lab, the physical and structural design. So you need to make sure it's properly sized for your organization and what you expect to be able to do in that lab. You need to have access to services, workstation spaces, areas. You need storage areas, evidence lockers, evidence storage, and you need to make sure you have adequate HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, because you may have some types of evidence that can be affected by too much heat, too much humidity, too little heat, too little humidity. So you have to think about that in number 2. Number 3 is the work area. So you need to have workstations where people can sit and work in an environment that has appropriate ambience, internet communications, network communications, lighting, even emergency power. For instance, you might be doing a very important copy of a hard drive or some other type of computer information from one computer to another location, and your organization has a power outage. And if that copy is broken, it might actually cause the evidence to be destroyed. So where you have these critical activities taking place, you might want uninterruptible power supplies for the lighting, etc. Number 4, physical security considerations. You don't want anybody just to be able to wander in to the forensics lab. These people need to be cleared to be in it. It's almost like a secret operation in terms of the security of the operation. So electronic sign-in, intrusion alarm, fire suppression systems. You may even want to have some type of camera recording, etc. for that, especially for the evidence lockup area for that forensics lab. Human resource configuration. How many personnel do you need? We talk about that in the manpower section when we're planning and budgeting, but you'll need to know how much are we going to pay each of those. We also need to make sure they're doing what you are doing right now, training and certification. So there may need to be people who take forensics classes, like the one that would be a follow-on to this one here at EC Council. We also need to get the lab itself certified. There is the accreditation that's called ASCLD/lab, and we also have the ISO IEC 17025. Now, if in the planning and budgeting of that lab, you have already planned for 1 or 2 of these certifications, then you'll much better be able to absorb the cost that's going to go with getting these certifications and accreditations. So you might have a lab that has fancy computers in it, fancy equipment in it, but it's empty. It's empty until you have the team. The team is going to be the ones who are conducting the investigation. It needs to be small, lean, intelligent, and well practiced in their art of forensic investigation. We don't want information leaks. We want to be able to identify them, assign them responsibilities, and we want to make sure that every team member has the necessary clearance. So if this were a government or military, we would actually have a security clearance for each of these team members. But since this is perhaps a civilian operation, you'll need to develop your own method for providing clearance for each of these team members. Like, for instance, let's say that they have a background check, they've been working there for X number of months or years, or accomplished a certain number of tasks, and have achieved a forensic investigator certification from EC Council or from somewhere else. So on their badge, they get a red dot or a gold star or a black check mark or whatever. And so you can tell by just even looking at the badge that this person has achieved a certain rating. I don't know, your organization might come up with some other way to have somebody cleared to look at certain levels of evidence. And they need to be authorized to do certain tasks. Remember, the forensics team is going to run into all kinds of data from the organization. Human resources data, potential credit card or financial transaction data, data from secret projects that are being run by the organization or whatever. So yeah, you need to have them cleared and authorized to conduct the tasks that we have them on. Assign one team member as a tech lead, team lead, whatever you want to call them for the investigation. And that can rotate between individuals, or it can be usually the same person depending on the roles you have established for your forensics team. So there are people involved in the investigation. They are photographers who, don't use your cell phone camera. We need an actual set of cameras that we can use specifically for the forensic investigation. Incident responders, they're the ones who are responsible for the measures that we take right away when an incident occurs. And we have an analyzer that analyzes the incidents. We have the evidence examiner, investigator who acquires the evidence, sorts out what is useful from what needs to be skipped over. The documenter, the manager, the witness is one who's going to be doing the formal testimony. And you need an attorney, a lawyer associated with the team that provides that legal advice. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you need to have at least 8 employees on your team? No, some of these are going to be taken as multiple roles by a single person. For instance, you might have a incident responder who analyzes and examines the evidence and documents it. And if you have an incident, you give them a camera and they photograph it. So it really depends on your organization. If you are a Fortune 100 organization with 1 million employees, you might separate all these roles out, right? But if you're a medium-sized company, might have 4 or 5 employees that all cross-train in all these roles. So when you are setting up the forensic lab, the lab is going to have hardware and software requirements. If you were looking at pictures of forensics labs, you may have seen some disk copying equipment and cables of different types and stuff like that. That's what we're talking about. So it should have the necessary and hardware and software tools to help with that process. Hardware, we're going to have 2 or more, depending on the size of the forensics lab and the number of employees. So 2 or more forensic workstations with good processing power and RAM. So you don't want to skimp on these workstations. You don't want to take a used workstation from a user in accounting and pop it into the forensics lab. No, this needs to be ready and specialized for forensics. The cables for all of the different interfaces that you might encounter in your organization. Write blockers for drive duplicators. You want to make sure that when you're duplicating the drive that you don't accidentally write something to that original disk. Archive and restore devices. So you can take the data that you dump off of the drive or off of memory or whatever and archive it, and then make an appropriate duplicate copy of that. Media sterilization. You may need to wipe after an investigation is over or after certain tools are no longer needing to be used. They need to be wiped and sterilized 100%. We also want other equipment that allows forensic software tools to work, computer hardware, like we have Parabin's First Response Bundle, DeepSpar Disk Manager, the FRED workstation, it's a forensic workstation. If you look these up, you can even pause the video and have a look at these. We're going to see some of this in iLabs. You can follow me as we work through some of the forensic investigations in iLabs. You'll see what we're talking about there. For software, we'll need operating systems, discovery tools, password cracking tools, data acquisition tools, data analyzer and recovery tools, file viewers that can give me images and graphics, and file type conversion tools, security and utility software, and then computer forensic software. We'll see more of these in the lab, like Wireshark and Access Data's FTK and many others. So there's a lot of tools that we'll need, both hardware and software. And guess what? This should all be in the budget, in the planning phase, to make sure you have the adequate tools for the job that you're going to be doing. All right, now we're going to look at the forensic investigation phase. We're going to actually not be at the pre-investigation, but we're going to be at the investigation phase of the forensic investigation process. So it's time to investigate. What do we do? There are 8 different processes, 8 different items that we need to look at in terms of investigation. That includes documenting the crime scene. That includes searching and seizure of evidence, preserving that evidence, acquiring and analyzing data, analyzing the case, and reporting our findings, and potentially testifying as an expert witness when that digital evidence is presented in a court of law. Documenting the electronic crime scene. The documentation of the electronic crime scene is necessary. Why? Because we want to have a record, maintain that record of all parts of the forensic investigation process. We're going to identify, we're going to extract, we're going to analyze, we're going to preserve evidence. And more than likely, you're going to be using software tools to help you get closer to automating this process. And it's not going to be a total automation, because it's really going to be like using a boilerplate or a template and then filling in the details that you have. But surely it's not like in the old days where you have a piece of paper and you write everything down. Although I will say this, that even a lot of forensic investigators that have electronic means of tracking these things also have paper backup in some cases. Some things you want to remember. Number one, you want to document the physical crime scene. Remember what I was telling you about on those crime shows where they are tagging all the individual pieces and taking pictures. Well, you may have to take a picture of the computer system and the surrounding area, or if it was in the data center, of that rack of computers, or wherever the crime is focused. Even if it's focused on multiple locations, you're going to have to physically document the position of that system and others. Imagine somebody picking up a flash drive and bringing it in and plugging it in a USB port, and then that port and that flash drive cause a virus or a worm or some other type of malware to break out onto the network. You want to take a picture of which port it was in, and hopefully it's still in there, and if not, of the exact flash drive that was used, etc. So you want to document that. Also, details of any related and difficult to find electronic components that may have been around at the time. We need to document those. And then the state of the computer system, any digital storage media, electronic devices, and the power status of each device. Next, we get into search and seizure. So what we want to do is we want to plan it, we want to secure and evaluate it after the initial search, and then seize the evidence at the crime scene. So with the planning, we need to make sure we have consent. Because what if on the crime scene, part of what we're dealing with belongs to the organization and another part of it belongs to an individual? And we may need to obtain signatures from statements that we obtain from witnesses. And it's possible that in a legal sense, you will need to get a warrant if you need to do any further search and seizure, and then collecting that information is vital. So on the initial scene, we're going to need to do an initial search. Look around the initial scene, see what is happening, and then after evaluating and securing it, securing means that no evidence will be tampered with in the process of the investigation. Whether that means putting crime tape around the scene to keep people out, or that means posting a guard, you need to make sure that that crime scene does not get tampered with. And then seize the evidence, dealing with powered on computers, powered off computers, networked computers, and there's going to be a system shutdown procedure that you're going to have to know for every type of operating system and device that you find. And then you need to deal with mobiles and other handhelds. So all of that needs to be worked with, and we'll be talking about that as we get deeper into the class. Now, in terms of search and seizure, you need a plan about how that's going to be executed. And that plan needs to have these details: a description of the incident, the case name or title of the incident, and also very likely there's going to be a unique number associated with this case. The location, what about the jurisdiction? Where did it occur? And is there legislation that applies to this? What about the extent of the authority to search? Do you have that authority? And then one of the most important, as we'll see as we continue the forensic investigation, is creating a chain of custody document. If we ever need to hand off the investigatory materials to another jurisdiction, there will have to be chain of custody so that the evidence is securely preserved even as it gets transferred from one group of people, organization, jurisdiction to another. Details of what is seized. The search and seizure type. Was it overt or is it covert? You know, even in a corporate situation, there can be covert seizures. For instance, you may have a company-owned laptop and you are watching an employee that you are sure is doing some type of inside hacking or trading or whatever, and you note the patterns of the employee. You know that periodically they'll leave the laptop, and one day they do. So at 2 a.m, the forensic team does a covert seizure of that laptop. Nobody's watching, nobody sees, and they take it. And in fact, they may even be able to dupe the drive, grab the memory, etc., and then replace that back exactly where it was, and maybe even bug it so that they can continue the investigation. There's a lot that can happen with these types of operations. We also are going to need approval from local management. So in the little scene I was talking about before, this is not something that the forensics team would do on their own. The forensics team would already have the employee under investigation. They would already be working with management, with legal counsel, and with human resources before they plan the covert op to go grab that laptop. And so hopefully they will already have had approval from local management. And in all things, we need to take health and safety precautions. So for instance, you don't want to block exit ways with your investigation. You don't want to cause any more damage to safety of employees or other people or their health. So there are so many important things. I keep saying one of the most important things, but this is extremely important to preserve the evidence. We want to make sure that when we have that chain of custody document and we have some a group of people from a different jurisdiction and they require a copy of the evidence, it needs to be securely preserved so that it can be held up in court. So evidence preservation is where we have proper handling, proper documentation to make sure there's no contamination of that evidence. So for physical or digital evidence, when that evidence gets seized, it needs to be isolated. It needs to be secured. It needs to be transported securely. We're going to talk a lot about this as we get deeper into the class. And then preserved, because we want to make sure that, especially for digital evidence, not a single one, not a single zero of any of the digital evidence that we've captured has changed or has been tampered with. It's very important to make sure it's isolated and secured. So at the time of the transfer, both the sender and the receiver need to provide information about the date and time of transfer if there is a transfer of this evidence. And that is going to be part of the chain of custody document. It's called the sign-off, a sign-off on that, the receipt of the evidence. And the procedures, why do we have those? Because those protect the evidence and they document what's going on, collecting that information in a logbook, making sure the tags uniquely identify the evidence, and there is a chain of custody record. Another important part of the forensic process is getting that data. We were just talking about the chain of custody, about making sure that we preserve the evidence. But here's the question: how do we get the evidence in the first place? And part of that is data acquisition. So what we're going to do is image the drives, image the memory. We're going to make a one-to-one copy of the exact pattern of binary digits that we find in whatever media, and we're going to do this in accordance with standards for analyzing forensic value. So we need to forensically process and examine the data that was collected, examine that information. And what we want to do is find evidence that is relevant to the case that we are pursuing. And we also want to, at the same time, protect that data, protect its integrity, meaning, again, that not one zero or one in the entire set of digital evidence changes. So one of the most critical steps is if we have an improper acquisition and we alter the evidence, alter the media, then it will render it inadmissible in court. The gavel goes down and the judge says it's dismissed. That's one of the worst results. So we need to be very careful to verify the accuracy of all of the data, and the process also needs to be verified, and it needs to be auditable so that if a third party decides to audit the process that we're using, that even the process itself will hold up in court. Once we have the data acquired, the next thing we want to do is analyze that data. And so we're going to examine the data. We're going to identify the different components of the data, looking for that evidence, separating and converting and modeling the data. And again, looking for that evidence, looking for useful information, looking for a trace of what the criminal was doing. The data analysis depend on what we're doing, the scope of the case. For instance, you may be just analyzing RAM. Why? Well, because maybe you or your forensics team was hired to work on a part of a project that another forensics team does not have expertise in that part of the project, so they hire you just to do that. Or you may be working with the scope of the entire company. So when you're doing data analysis, the phase includes analyzing files, date, time, creation, modification, all the users that might be associated with the creation, the file access times, file access type, any modification or physical storage location of the file, and generating a timeline for that file access, for that data that we're dealing with. And what we want to do in the end, this is an area that we'll spend more time talking about in the rest of the class, which is identifying the root cause of the incident. And then we move into case analysis. So we've collected data, we've bagged and tagged, and now it's time to analyze what it is that we've actually been dealing with. And so in this case, the investigator can relate all of that evidential data to the case details for understanding how the complete incident took place and figure out what we want to do in the future, our future actions. Like, for instance, we might want to explore other investigative procedures to gather more evidence, like checking host data, examining network service logs, going to that SIM system and doing a log analysis at the point in time where this was occurring, finding any other information of evidentiary value, collecting case-specific evidence from social media, branching out to find out where that employee or that contractor, whoever it is that is involved with this investigation, and maybe even remote storage. Maybe they stored stuff in Dropbox or on a Azure storage unit or something like that, S3 bucket, right? So then we gather additional information related to the case. Aliases, email accounts, ISPs that were used to transport that data, names, log configuration, system logs, passwords, any data that we can get associated with the applications and network information that the alleged criminal used. By interviewing different individuals, we can find out what they were doing. And we could, like for instance, we might find somebody who says, oh yeah, that's really interesting because every day at 9, I saw Fred kind of leaning back in his chair and I wondered what he's doing, but he was always backing it up. And I remember seeing a logo and it said Box on it. So maybe he was backing it up to Box. And maybe what Fred would do is he would install the Box client, log in and do the backup and then uninstall the Box client. And so during the investigation process, perhaps I didn't look at that because it wasn't installed on that system. But now I know perhaps that is where some of the data is stored. So additional information. And then we want to consider the relevance of components that are out of the scope of the investigation. So there may be components that are not part of the investigation. So equipment like laminators, checked paper, scanners, printers in the case of any fraud, or digital cameras in the case of child pornography. So what we're doing is we look at the equipment on the laptop or the desktop itself, but then we look around and say, oh, hey, over there in that corner, there's a copier. Let's go grab the logs and see if there's any evidence. We can even look at the fingerprints on the copier and see if the criminal's fingerprints are on top of the others, or maybe they were using it very recently. We can go look at other types of, let's say there's a camera at the front entrance, but there's also a camera in the data center. Did he ever pass to the data center? What time was it? Does it correlate with activities that I'm investigating? So we have to go outside of some of the normal areas to make sure that we can get as much data as is needed to close this case. All right, now we're going to move into the post-investigation phase of the forensic investigation process. So at this time, we've gathered all of our data. We have come to conclusions, but we're not at the end yet. So we need to gather and organize our information. And so our documentation, as we document, we need to decide what information is appropriate to the investigation, and then we organize it by categories. For instance, procedures. We have procedures that we use to gather the evidence that needs to be documented. So all of our notes from the different phases of the investigation, making sure to identify the facts, the evidence, the conclusion, and then information gathered, and then we put that together into a concise and usable report. We need to have a report that is the outcome of the investigation, that's appropriate to the audience, that's written in a clear, concise language, and it needs to have the details of the incident, cover all the necessary information in a concise manner, be technically sound, but yet understandable to the target audience. Should also be structured in a logical manner so that the information can be easily located, especially if it's also submitted in an electronic form, and it should be able to withstand legal inspection. If a lawyer, jurisprudence from any part of the investigation looks over it, they should be able to say, yes, this is legal. And it should adhere to local laws and be admissible in court. So, what will really help is to have a boilerplate, to have a template. And this is a template that has the executive summary, the case number, any information like social security numbers, authors, investigators, examiners, names, purpose, significance, signature analysis. Now, in that executive summary, you may not have all of that, but these are some of the major components. You will have some of these in the executive summary. And then we have the investigation objectives. What did we seek to accomplish during the investigation? The details, date and time of the incident, when it allegedly occurred, the report to the agency's personnel, detailed information about the people who are writing the report, and then what process did we go through, the date and time it was assigned, who was allocated to investigate it, and then the nature of the claim and information provided to the investigator. So there may have been a ticket or a call or somebody who claimed that something happened that actually spurred the investigation, and that needs to be documented. So in that template, we'll also have evidence information, location of the evidence, a list of the collected evidence, tools in collecting the evidence, preservation of the evidence. So we need to document all of the evidence that we have for this case, and what did we use to evaluate and analyze that evidence, and any supporting information, including the full path of important files, any reviews by experts and opinions by experts, and even supporting details like what methodology the attacker used and users' applications and interest activity. This is actually important because we can look at the standard way that the user behaves, and if they deviated from that significantly, and that correlates with the criminal activity, then that's significant. And then recommendations, we're going to need that also in the report. One of the last things that you might end up doing is testifying as an expert witness. And so you're going to present evidence in court. You need to have knowledge of new, specialized, and evolving and complex technology if you want to be an expert witness. And so there are going to be things that take place in court, and you need to be aware of how a courtroom works. And if you are not familiar with how a courtroom works, then there are YouTube videos that can help inform you. You can actually look up a video on going to court or what takes place inside a courtroom. If you are very, very familiar with what goes on in a courtroom, I won't ask you how you know. All right, so familiarize the expert witness with the usual procedures that are followed during a trial. So we need to make sure that any witnesses, whether I'm the expert witness, you're the expert witness, that we are familiar with procedures, that the attorney introduces the expert witness. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Kevin King, expert witness, has these certifications, etc. The opposing counsel may try to discredit the expert witness. Do you know that Kevin King only received his first certification back in 1996, and he's only received certifications as early as a month ago? Actually, never mind, because that's actually pretty good. So they may try to discredit the witness based on many different potential angles. And then the attorney will lead the expert witness through the evidence. So the attorney is standing in front while you're sitting in that seat that we always see on these shows. And the attorney will say, and then what did you discover? And then what was your next step? And then how did that work? And what came to your mind when you saw that? And in your expert opinion, you hear that over and over again. But later on, the attorney will say, that's all I have, Your Honor, and he'll sit down. And then the other attorney will get up and get you into cross-examination, where they will try to foul you up. And they'll say stuff like, what time did you say you collected the evidence? Yes, that was at 3 in the afternoon. And like, isn't 3 in the afternoon your nappy time? I'm making a joke out of it, but they're going to try to find things about you, your personality, the methods that you used, problems with the evidence. Now, that does not always happen. For instance, you might testify and the attorney will say that he's finished, and then the defense attorney or whatever on the other side will say that they don't have any questions either. And then you think to yourself, whew, got off that one. And then you don't have to testify anymore, at least at that time. Let me tell you about how important an expert witness is. And go ahead and open a browser tab. And in a browser tab, search for Connecticut versus Julie Amero. Connecticut versus Julie Amero. Julie Amero was a substitute teacher that would periodically go to fill the minds of our children with great knowledge and acumen so they could pursue their lives into the rest of the world. But one day, she showed up as a substitute teacher. And one of the things she wanted to do was engage the children with something that was on the internet. Well, lo and behold, she went to a website and there were all these pop-ups, and they were pornographic pop-ups. And the minds of the little children observed all these pornographic pop-ups before Julie, who was freaking out at this time, finally got around to unplugging the computer. Well, obviously, if you expose children to pornographic images, you're going to be in trouble. And so she was processed as a criminal in the criminal justice system of Connecticut. While she was going through her trial and trying to explain what happened, nobody in that justice system understood how computers work. In fact, they hired expert witnesses to derail the case that the defense attorney was making for Julie Amero. They had computer expert witnesses that testified that there is no way that any of those images could have got on that computer system without Julie Amero doing it herself. Now, none of the expert witnesses, nor did the defense attorney ever ask questions like, was there antivirus software on that computer? Was there management of that computer with a firewall? Was that computer on Active Directory? They had no idea how PCs worked. You know why? The expert witnesses were experts at mainframes way back in the 80s. They had no idea what was going on with cybercrime, with hacking, with malware, with endpoint protection, with intrusion detection prevention systems, with firewalls. They had no idea how that worked. So they thought that it was only Julie Amero who was the one that made these images appear. So therefore, Julie Amero, there were many different crimes she was convicted of. The hammer went down and she was convicted after just visiting a web page. Well, a lot of people watching the case that were in the IT community and the cybersecurity community realized that it's an open and shut case. It was just a pop-up that went crazy on the system, and probably the actual real teacher who uses that computer had visited some bad sites before. Or it was just a cross-site script on a page, something like that. Also, the people in the cybersecurity community and the IT community also knew that it was very likely that there was no endpoint protection on that system, which it turned out there wasn't. So there was no protection against her visiting that page. And everybody expected that Julie Amero would walk off scot-free, but instead she got convicted. And that is when the cybersecurity and IT community in Connecticut rose up and they said, excuse me, wait a minute, what are you doing here? And they helped with the investigation, and they got virtually all of Julie Amero's conviction vacated, except for she had to pay a fine and she had to forfeit her teaching license, which I think is also still a tragedy. So if expert witnesses are not actually experts in the field of the jurisprudence of the investigation, then things can go wrong. So that's why we need you to be a forensic investigator that knows what you are doing. and you can help out in the case as an expert witness. So that is an extremely important part of the forensic investigation process. So what we've seen in this module is we looked at the importance of forensic investigation and some of the activities from pre to investigation to post-investigation, finishing off with a regaled tale of what can happen if you're not a good expert witness. In the next module, we're going to look at hard drives and file systems. Join me there. We are in Module 3 of Digital Forensic Essentials. And in this module, we are going to look to understand a little bit more about hard disks and file systems. In this module, we are going to be looking at several items. We're going to be looking at, number one, understanding the different types of storage drives and their characteristics. We're going to be looking at the logical structure of a disk, the booting process of Windows, of Linux, and of the Mac operating system, and of the various systems, file systems of Windows, Linux, and Mac. And we're going to look at using a tool, a couple of tools, Autopsy and the Sleuth Kit. In this module, this is a very important part of forensics, because if you don't understand the basics of how a disk functions and how a system boots, then you won't be able to find abnormalities in that process and to identify portions of that process that seem to be fallacious, inserted, or nonsensical even. So it's very important to understand what exactly is going on inside a disk and inside the boot process in multiple operating systems. So let's get started and learn that. What we're going to start with is the different types of disk drives and the characteristics of those disk drives. So first of all, when you're looking at a disk drive, what is it? It's a non-volatile, meaning that when you turn off the power, the data still exists on the drive. It's a non-volatile digital storage, digital meaning that all of anything that you'll ever find on a disk drive is ones and zeros. That's it, ones and zeros. So non-volatile digital storage device that records data magnetically. And it's on actually a metallic platter that has a coating of ferrous oxide on top of a very thin sheet of plastic-like material. And that ferrous oxide, which is basically iron, allows it to retain a magnetic field that has a small enough resolution to represent either a 1 or a 0. So the read-write performance of the hard drive is directly proportional to the RPM, the revolutions per minute, of the drive platter. So if you look at this disk drive, this is a hard disk, and this is not a SSD, it's not a solid state disk, it's a rotating disk. And this disk is rotating around. There is a motor that makes this disk spin. The disk spins at the same speed, and then we have a read-write head that's at the end of this actuator arm. That is run by this actuator. It's a stepping motor that only allows movement of this actuator arm two sectors of the disk. So it has to be tuned to the exact sectors of the disk. So the sectors are what we see going around, right? And then we have clusters, and then we have tracks. So it makes sure that this read-write head is positioned above the tracks of the disk so that it can read individual sectors, individual clusters, etc. So that's where we have. You can't see tracks. If you could see the disk patterning, you wouldn't be able to discern it with your eyes. They're extremely small. And also, the disk itself is called a platter. And that platter, there may be more than one. There could be 2 or 3 of them, depending on the disk. And there will be a read-write head and an actuator arm poised right above the bottom side of this disk, and then the top side and the bottom side of the next disk. So you might have multiple actuator arms that move back and forth among the platter as it spins at the RPM rate, jumping from track to track so it could read clusters and sectors on the disk. The disk itself, in order to run, needs power. So there's a power connector depending on the model and the type of disk that you have. And there possibly might be jumper pins that can change the disposition of the disk, where it's going to be, how it's going to be used, etc., depending on how old the disk is. And there's also going to be an interface connector. In this case, they're talking about a SCSI connector, which is a small computer system interface. That SCSI is pronounced SCSI. But there are many other types of interfaces for disks, and there are a plethora of technologies that go into making these disks faster, last longer, be able to preserve data, all those types of things, depending on the vendor and the technologies that they use. But those are some of the basics of a hard disk drive. Next, we look at a focus on the tracks. So the tracks are the concentric rings that we have around those platters on the disk drive. And the read-write head on the actuator can access those circular rings one position at a time using that stepping motor. It can only go in one place. So in other words, it's not like a record player where you can move the stylus wherever you want. It can only go to specific quantized locations on that disk platter. And so the tracks are numbered so that it can be identified, so that the data can be accurately accessed. And so the read-write is actually performed by rolling headers, is what it's called, from the inner to the outermost part of the disk. And so if you want to zoom in on it a little bit, you'll see that we have a 3-platter system here going in concentric circles around the disk. We have our tracks, and then this is broken up into sectors. One important area of understanding in terms of hardware is track numbering, understanding of how that works in a disk drive. One of the areas you want to keep in mind with this is that all computer hardware, for the most part, numbers beginning with 0. So it doesn't start at 1, it starts at 0. And you can see this over here in the numbering of the heads in the head stack assembly, head 0 all the way through 5. So we have 6 heads there. And you can see we have 3 platters, and we have tracks going around concentrically, divided into sectors. So the track on the outer edge is going to be 0, and then we count up as we move towards the center. And depending on the technology, on the disk drive that you're using, the size of it, and so on, you're going to have different numbers of tracks. And these read-write heads are going to be on the upper and lower surfaces of the platter, very tightly packed because of the smallness of the tracks. And they're going to move in and out to locate the beginning and end and work through files. And so, for instance, you may have a file that begins in this sector and reads all the way to this sector and then continues on the bottom or on another platter. Normally, they try to optimize it on a platter basis, but you never know. And when we talk about fragmentation, and we'll talk about that in just a little while, that's when that file gets spread into multiple locations rather than staying on a single track, causing those read-write heads to have to move around a lot more. All right, so the read-write heads, the head stack assembly arms move together in and out to physically locate the same track number. And so the track location is actually referred to by a cylinder number in some cases rather than a track number, which is a group of tracks that start at the same head position on the disk. So this is done to help optimize the disk. And we'll also find, if you were to get into some of the hardware of a hard disk drive, that there are a lot of physical and logical optimizations made because we've had this technology for quite a while. All right, so let's talk about drive sectors. What is a sector? A sector is a physical storage unit on the disk platter. Each sector holds data. It's fixed, a fixed size, maybe 512 bytes for hard drives, maybe 2048 for CD-ROMs and DVD-ROMs, and some of the latest hard disks are down to 4,096 kilobytes per sector. So it really depends on the disk, the technology, etc. So each sector is labeled, and that labeling is for factory track positioning. So we have data for the labeling so we can find exactly what track we're on, what sector we're on, etc. So the optimal method of storing disks is contiguous. So we go around a track, and if we have all the data stored in one stripe, so to speak, in one track, that is very nice, because then what will happen is the read-write head goes to that beginning of that track and reads to the end of that concentric ring, and then it's done. So like you might have a file size of 600 bytes, and it is in two 512 byte sectors that are allocated, and they're contiguous, one right next to the other. And that's the best and most efficient way to read files on a hard drive. So one area that a lot of people are surprised is how sectors are addressed. So we have cylinders, we have heads, and we have sectors, right? So CHS, cylinders, heads, sectors. Those are what determine the address of the individual sectors on the disk. So we need to, it's like a map. We want to know where every single sector on the entire disk is. So let's say that you format a drive. When you format it, that's when it's divided into tracks and sectors. And so you have a formatted disk. It might contain 50 tracks, each of which is divided into 10 sectors. The track and sector numbers are then used by the operating system and the disk drive so that you can find stored information. And what surprises some people is that this formatting has nothing to do whether there is data or not on the drive. So if there is data on the drive, let's say that this disk is full of information and you format it, all that does is remove the pointers to the data on the disk and present that disk as empty to the operating system. When in reality, as we'll see a little bit later, there is still, at the point of formatting, all of the data that was previously in the disk. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we get deeper into disk drives. So if we look at the hard disk drive, specifically at the 4096 byte or 4K sectors, the newer drives have these for advanced formats. And so this is called Generation 1. There's Generation 1 advanced format, which is a 4K sector technology. It's made to more efficiently use the surface area of the media. How does it do this? Well, what it does is it takes all these little 512 byte sectors and merges them into a single 4096 byte sector for more efficient handling. And so that's what we see handling here. And a couple of other features that you'll see here is in between each of these 512 byte sectors, there's a gap, there's a sync stripe, and then there's the address mark. So we see that in between. And see all of that, look at that. That is space that is wasted. That's a wasted space. When you merge that all together into one 5K sector, you only have one gap and one sync and address mark. And so you're not wasting any space. So all of this can be used for data, whereas in the previous methodology, no data could be stored here. No data could be stored in between any of these 512 byte sectors. So yeah, it is more efficient, and we can squeeze a lot more data onto a disk than we ever could before. Now, speaking of squeezing data onto a disk, let's talk about the density of data on a hard drive. So density is something that we see going up and up over time, and so it's something we need to talk about. Data is actually recorded onto a hard disk using what's called zoned bit recording or multiple zone recording. So that's how the data actually gets put onto the drive. And so what happens is the tracks are combined together into zones. Again, this is another efficiency measure that we use to make that drive, that disk, as efficient as possible. And those zones, it really depend on the distance from the center of the disk. And each zone is actually assigned a number of sectors per track. So the track density is the space between tracks on the disk, which is defined in the areal density as the number of bits per square inch on the platter, and the bit density is the bits per unit length of track. So when you are examining a disk at low level in a forensic investigation, knowing this information can be very helpful. So when you look at CHS, again, cylinder head sector data addressing and disk capacity calculation, it can sometimes be a little bit confusing for people. So we look at the CHS addressing method. We address each physical block of data on the disk. And what this is, how this works is we have the cylinder radius, so that's the distance from the center to the edge, the head, which is the platter side, and the sector, which is the angular position. We put those together. Those are part of the elements that we use to address a physical block on the disk. So let's look at the calculation. So let's say that you have a disk drive that has 16,384 cylinders, 80 heads, 63 sectors per track. And we're assuming, in this case, that each sector has 512 bytes. So what's the actual capacity of the disk? Well, here is the equation. A little calculus here. Actually, it's just addition and multiplication, stuff like that. And in this case, it's all multiplication. The total size of the disk equals the number of cylinders, where we have a 16,348, multiplied by the number of heads, which we have 80 heads, multiplied by the number of sectors, which we have 63 sectors per track, and multiply by 512 bytes per sector. One of the other things you'll have to do is you have to cancel out the units, and in the end you come up with 42,278,584,320 bytes, which is 42 gigabytes, right? So that's what we have with that disk. So what about performance? You may have a disk drive that has not 42 gigabytes, but you might have terabytes of storage on a drive, but you want to be able to get that image, that information out. I said the word image because I was thinking about having a large video file, and you want to be able to have that stream at a very high resolution or whatever, or you want to be able to transfer files from one location to another. You really need good disk performance. So what happens is each of the files that we have on the drive, this is how data is stored on the disk in terms of files, different file types, etc. So if you have an application and it's running in RAM, and that application requests a file, the hard disk recovers the byte content of that file and sends that where? To CPU, one at a time for further processing. And then the CPU will send portions of that to RAM and video RAM, etc., for processing. So while that's happening, how fast is it happening, we might want to ask. And it's measured by these factors. Number one, the data rate. This is the number of bytes per second that the hard disk sends to the CPU, and also seek time. So you know how I told you about that sound of these read-write heads are moving from track to track, sector to sector, etc., gathering that data. Well, let's slow it down into slow motion and zoom in on it. And this is the read-write head. And when it goes to this track, locks in on it, and then it reads some data from this track. And then it moves over to this track, locks in on it, reads some data there. How long does it take to move from one place to another? That is seek time. The amount of time to send that first byte of the file to the CPU and request the file. So here we go. The first file, the application has requested a file. We've looked at the GUID partition table and we determined that the file is located. Oh, it's coming up. Here it comes. Let's move over there. All right, we're reading the file. And now we go through and read the entire file. It gets loaded to the CPU. And then it's off reading another file, right? So whatever that took for it to move from where it was to where it's going, and for the CPU to get the data back that it was seeking, all of that is in seek time. And so we can see that the mechanical aspects of the disk drive play the majority factor in how fast that it can be. So for instance, if you have a drive that has an RPM of 5,400 versus a drive that is 10,000 rotations per minute. So you have one drive that's moving this fast, and the seek head moves to the location, and it takes time for it to read it. But if it's moving 10 times as fast, that seek time is a lot lower. So we have physical impediments to speed with a rotational drive. Enter solid state drives. If you look at this, you don't see any platters. You don't see any read-write heads. You don't see any sectors, and you don't see any tracks because it's all solid state, non-volatile NAND flash memory to store that information. It's faster than a hard drive because there are no moving parts. It's quieter than a hard drive. Any place where you require a little vibration, that's very nice. And the performance, though, can depend on many different things, specifically that data connection. So we have several things going on here. Number one, you see these little black modules here. They all have the number 1 on them. That's the core of this unit, which is the NAND flash memory. So it is where the data is actually stored, made up of floating gate transistors that retain the charge state without power. So once that transistor changes state, it stays in that state. And then you save the data that way. Those are called floating gate transistors. Then over here for number 2, this is the controller. This controller is like the CPU and all the other circuits that are needed to manage the flow of data in and out of this SSD. And it's a processor. It acts as a bridge between all that flash memory and the computer itself through this interface here. But we also have something else here. If you look at number 3, we have DRAM. And this is volatile memory. So number 1 over here with the NAND flash memory and these floating gate transistors is non-volatile, but this is just regular DRAM, and it's volatile, and it actually provides faster read-write performance and helps speed up this SSD. Number 4 down here, we have the actual host interface right there. That's part of the interface that we're using. And then we have the power port. And down here, this is this green. See this green with the circuitry that is surface mounted all over this green board. This green board is the PCB. PCB stands for printed circuit board, and that's the solid state drive printed circuit board. Now, when you're using a disk drive in general, there are many different interfaces that you can use. Now, back in the old days, back in the ancient times known as the 80s and the 90s, we had ATA, PATA, IDE, EIDE. And I tell you what, working with hard disks back then was a lot more difficult than it is now. You had to have them in specific orders. You had to, depending on the vendor and the type of drive, the type of disk, and the type of technology, you had to have your jumpers in the correct sequence, and you had to go into the operating system and allocate memory. And it was crazy back in those days using ATA, which is the Advanced Technology Attachment. It was advanced for the 80s, yes. And the American National Standards Institute, ANSI, name of the drive became IDE, the Integrated Drive Electronics. And this was a standard interface for a long time. But you see the width of those cables? They were very unwieldy to use. See that little notch right there? You had to have the cable in the right place, and so you'd end up with cables with twisted configurations, and then you'd have broken wires, and it was a big hassle. Let's just jump down over here to SCSI. SCSI, SCSI, pronounced SCSI, Small Computer System Interface. It's another ANSI standard interface based on a parallel bus architecture. And back in the time that ATA and EIDE and IDE were popular, these were used in regular microcomputer architectures, whereas SCSI was used in servers because you could have multiple disks and they were easier to address for software, etc. There are a lot of reasons for SCSI, even though the microcomputer architecture for PCs began beating SCSI in terms of speed fairly quickly. Well, next we had ATA and SATA. SATA is serial attached SCSI, and it's an advanced ATA that uses serial signaling instead of the parallel signaling, which seemed to be a lot better in the beginning, but we can get faster speeds with serial signaling using SATA. So for desktop computer systems and some intermediary server systems, you'll find a lot of SATA in those, or a lot of people will say SATA or SATA, patata. The next one we have is serial attached SCSI. So the growth and maturity and evolution of SCSI in server systems finally resulted in SAS, which is serial attached SCSI, successor to SCSI. And as you can see, SCSI cables, by the way, could be every bit as huge as a ATA PATA IDE cable, but SAS cables are nice and small like SATA cables, meaning that I can have very thin line blade servers and 1U servers and have multiple disks on that server that are high speed, and a lot of SAS drives are almost about the same size that you would have for a laptop drive, so that you can cram then into a server chassis. So those are some of the major interfaces that we've had over the years. Oh, I forgot to mention PCIe. PCIe is the Peripheral Component Interconnect Express, and we use this for SSDs, high-speed serial expansion cards, integrating directly into the motherboard. And you can see, I believe it's on this end, where we plug it into the motherboard, and then we power up components from that PCIe interconnect. All right, let's have a look at this second section, which is explaining the logical structure. So we've been looking at the physical structure of a hard disk. Now let's jump on into the logical structure. What is the logical structure of a disk? Well, it is the file systems the software uses. And so the software really doesn't care. If you're running Microsoft Word and you're about to save a file, it doesn't say, what sector and what track do you want to locate this file? No, the software doesn't care about it. All it cares is it has a file system on which to load the information. So that is what software uses to store data on the disk. So a hard disk logical structure really is going to affect the performance, consistency, expandability, and compatibility of that storage subsystem on a hard disk. We'll look about what that means. What do I mean that the logical structure is going to affect compatibility or consistency? We'll see in just a few moments here. So different operating systems, Mac, OS X, Linux, and Windows, and also I want to say that Windows Server, like Server 2022, Server 2019, have different file systems and various methods of arranging the data in those file systems and controlling access to the data in those file systems. This leads us to clusters. A cluster is the smallest logical, not physical, the smallest logical storage unit on the disk. So it's a set of sectors within the disk ranging from cluster number 2 to 32 or even more, depending on how you format the disk. And so the file system divides storage on the volume into discrete chunks of data so that you have efficient usage. You have better performance on these. And those chunks are called, that's right, clusters. And so where you have files that are allocated into clusters, that's called allocation. We're going to allocate these files to clusters. So clusters are also known as allocation units. So probably one of the longest used file systems out there was, I should say is, because you can still use it on certain systems, the file allocation table, or FAT, a file system. And we have clusters that are linked with files that keep tracks of data in the hard disk file allocation table. What were we saying? This is called file allocation table. There it is right there, file allocation table. So what we're going to do is track where all the data is using that table. So it's like a little, not really, but it's like a spreadsheet that shows you where things are located. So it's a file allocation table. And when we look at other file systems, there are other ways of allocating storage on the disk. Like for instance, if you're dealing with NTFS, or you're dealing with exFAT or FAT32, or you're dealing with EXF3 versus EXF4, EXT3, EXT4, or HPFF. There are so many file systems out there. We'll talk about some of them as we get a little bit deeper into this section. One area that's very important to keep in mind is cluster size. Cluster size really affects the performance of the disk, and also it can be changed. You can alter it if you want to optimize your disk performance. And when you format the disk, you'll have a choice of cluster size in many different disk formats. And so the size of the cluster really depends on the size of the partition of the disk and the type of file system that's installed. Is it FAT? Is it exFAT? Is it ext4? Is it NTFS? We'll look at these as we get a little bit deeper into the class. A large cluster size, which is greater than one sector. So if you have a large cluster size, it has these effects. Number one, it minimizes fragmentation problems. It increases the probability of unused space, which means that you may have a 1 terabyte drive, but you're only going to have some hundreds of gigabytes of usable space. right? Also, it reduces the disk storage area in which information can be saved. So again, like I was saying, you're losing storage area and reduces the unused area on the disk, right? So that there are consequences to cluster size. Very important to know that logical designation. The next thing we talk about is lost clusters. Lost clusters, where are they? Where do they go? What does it mean? And if you look at the disk, if you look in, let's zoom in on this, you see that we're doing a check disk. With a check disk, you can use this for very many different tasks. And one of those is to have a look at what is going on with that file system. And one of the items that you'll find potentially is the number of lost clusters. We see bad sectors, lost clusters. And so what is a lost cluster? So your operating system, what it's going to do is going to say, hey, these are all the clusters over which I have control. And it'll mark a cluster as used, but doesn't allocate them to any file, then they're lost. So a lost cluster is a FAT file system error that results from the manner in which the FAT file system allocates space and chains files together. And because of that, you can have lost clusters when you do a check disk. So it's mainly the result of the logical structure error and not a physical disk error. In other words, it's because of the file system that you formatted that disk. In this case, the file allocation table or FAT file system. And they usually occur because of interrupted activities. So let's say that you're in a hurry and you shut down and the file wasn't closed properly. And so the cluster never had a pointer, a link to the file in which it was being used or with which it was being used. So it's a lost cluster. So going back to check disk, this is a nice little built-in system tool in Windows that will authenticate the file system reliability of the volume, and it will also do its best to repair logical file system errors. So if you have trouble with, it's not going to repair physical errors, but it will help with those logical errors, and it might help to put that file system back together. So those are what we deal with lost clusters. The next one we're going to talk about is slack space. What in the world is slack space? Well, it's a storage space on the storage area of a disk between the end of a file and the end of a cluster. All right, so here's a file, user file.txt. This file continues into the next sector, but it only takes up this much space. Where we see that file, that color, this line right here is the end of the file. However, it ends in the middle of a sector, and I can't write anything else until I finish out the entire cluster. So I have a cluster size that has a huge amount of slack space because I had a really small file. So if, let's say that I were to have, how many bytes of this file? It doesn't say first 512 bytes, so this is going to be about an 800 byte file or so. So if I have an 800 byte file, and let's say I have 10,000 800 byte files, most of the storage of that file will be slack space. So if the file size is less than the cluster size, a full cluster is still allocated to the storage of that file, so the remaining unused space is slack space. So here's an example. The partition is 4 gigs. Each cluster is 32K in size. Even if a file required only 10K, the entire 32K would be allocated to that file, resulting in 22K of slack space. So that can be a lot of wasted space in a disk. And it's something that's very good to know about, because in this slack space, it's not empty. This slack space is not empty. If, let's say, I formatted my drive. When I format my drive, all of the data on the drive is still there. What I did is I went to the GUID partition table, the file allocation table, I went to whatever it is, and I said, all of the files no longer have links. So let me just take you to a library. Have you been to a library before? You might be too young to remember libraries, but in a library, one of the features of a library is the card catalog. Right? So if you imagine the library being all of the files in a disk drive, and here's how you format it. You pull out each one of those drawers of the card catalog and you just dump out the card catalog. Dump it all out, right? And put in blank cards. And then and it's done. You've formatted the drive. So if you look around the library, you're like, well, there's still 100,000 books in this library. But you go to the card catalog and it is empty. So the drive considers that formatted. So now, and this is where forensic investigation comes in, I add a file to that disk. The file is only this big. What is in the slack space? All the old data from the formatted disk. So if you're doing a forensic investigation and somebody formats their drive, which we're going to talk about a case where that happened, and they've written other files over it, you can still go into the slack space and find the old information in many cases. That's why we bring that up. That's why we talk about slack space. All right, so let's talk about the master boot record. The master boot record is the first sector. And remember, when we're talking about hardware, we normally start counting from 0, not 1. So sector 0 of a storage device like a hard drive or a flash drive. Well, I guess you don't need that on a flash drive, but it starts with sector 0. The information about the files on the disk and really their locations is very, very important for the MBR, and the sizes and other data is stored in that MBR. And it's always a 512 byte boot sector on a disk. Now, hard disk can be partitioned, so we might see a partition sector also, which we'll talk about in just a little while here. So MBR, it holds the partition table, which shows and maps all the partitions of the disk. And when you boot an OS, bootstrap is, a lot of us have never heard the actual full word for booting an OS, but bootstrap is really where it comes from. So you boot an operating system, you boot Linux, you boot Windows, whatever you boot, the MBR is there if you have your disk formatted and have the operating system on that disk. And also that MBR is going to recognize all the media with that 32-bit disk signature. So that MBR is there to get your system, your operating system started. If you look at the structure of an MBR, it's got a very interesting structure. It's been around for so long, though. We call it bootstrap. The master boot code, normally we call it the bootstrap, is a little bit of code that can be executed that is responsible for loading the OS into computer memory. So it kicks off the process that starts the loading of the operating system. And if you look over here, let's just look at some of the address table description and bytes. So you start here, hex, and that's octal, and that's decimal. So all these numbers are actually the same. They're just in different numbering system. That's base 16, base 8. And the one we have, because we have 10 fingers and toes, good old base 10. And then we have the size in bytes. So the code area is 440 bytes. And the disk signature, 4 bytes. The nulls, this is like a gap between the signature and the table of primary partitions. That's only 2 bytes. And then here at 446 decimal, or 01BE in hex, we have the table of primary partitions. It was a 4 16-byte entries for an IBM partition table scheme, which you'll find in PCs. And that's 64 bytes in nature. And then after that, you start with your MBR signature, and which is a total of a very lean 512 bytes. So that partition table, as we see right here, that table of primary partitions, 64 bytes in size. It maintains data on the hard disk partitions, so very lean. And then the signature itself at the end of the MBR, it is needed not by the BIOS. BIOS is a basic input-output system. We'll be talking about that in a little while and how it's used, but it's extremely important in directing the boot of the operating system. So we see it's a very lean structure. We'll see some other structures that are like it for larger drives. MBR is really used for smaller drives. It's older. And now let's talk about partitions. Disk partitions, they create logical divisions of a hard drive. So even an SSD can be partitioned. And when we say logical divisions, so when I have a hard drive, a hard disk, so let's call it disk 0, I can divide it up into partitions and have those logically drive D, drive E, drive F, etc. on the same physical disk. And so if you have an SSD or if you have HDD, a hard drive, it's the same. So there is always a primary partition, holds all the information, has the OS, system files, etc. And when you're dealing with good old Microsoft DOS, that MS-DOS, and earlier versions of Windows, that drive C was always that primary partition. In other operating systems, in other versions of Microsoft operating systems, that became a lot more variable. The extended partition is logical, meaning that it's not tied to the physical disk, and it holds information, data files, etc. And again, that could be like a logical E or F or G drive on the same physical disk divided into partitions. Let's talk about the BIOS. The BIOS is extremely important, and there is a part of the disk that is reserved for helping work with that BIOS, and this is called the BIOS perimeter block, or the BPB. You know, go figure, BPB, a BIOS perimeter block. And so it's a data structure in the partition boot sector, and it describes the physical layout of the storage volume. And this is something the BIOS needs to know, so that's why we have this. A number of heads, the sizes of the tracks. Remember, we're talking about how the track size is variable depending on manufacturer, etc. on that drive. And if you have FAT12, that's file allocation system 12. That's a long time ago. That was way back in the DOS days. FAT16, FAT32, HPFS, which we don't see used very much anymore, the high performance file system, and NTFS, which we see used quite a lot. The new technology, new back in 1991 or 2 or so, and upgraded since then, file system. And so this, the BPB defines that file system structure, and the length varies depending on if you're running whatever version of FAT or NTFS. So that length varies for those, the boot sectors, because we have different types of fields, different types of data stored depending on the different type of format that you format that disk. And so what the BPB does is, as a forensic investigator, you can locate the file table on the hard drive. And if you can locate the file table, then you can find the files on the hard drive. So This is a format for a full DOS 7.1. It's been a long time since I've worked with DOS 7.1, but extended BIOS partition block for this is for also works for FAT32, and this is the one for NTFS. Let's zoom in on the BPB for NTFS. So we see there's an offset, and for those of you who haven't had a lot of chance to work with different numbering systems, on the far left side under the sector offset, you see that 0x. The 0x means that the following number, so whatever you see after this, is hexadecimal. So if I see the number 0 and I see another number 0x0, then I know that the 0 and that follows the 0x is actually part of the hexadecimal numbering system. So it just names the numbering system. And then the next field, which is the field length, gives us the length of that by length. So we have 25 bytes, we have byte lengths, and we have keyword and dword lengths. And then we have, on the description side, we have the physical and flags and extended boot signature and a reserved section and sectors. And the first cluster is down there at 0x30 in terms of the sector offset, and 0x25 instead of in terms of the BPB offset. It's a keyword, and it's the first cluster number of the master file table. This is actually important because this is where we can begin to look for certain types of data, and then we go all the way down to the serial number down at the bottom. So this is just the BPB for NTFS that you might be likely to see for an NTFS formatted disk, and on the other side we have the one that you'll be likely to see for a FAT32 formatted device. All right, so if you have a disk that is more than 2 terabytes, you will not be able to use the master file table, or you have to use the GUID, the globally unique identifier. I'm sorry, the GPT, or the GUID partition table. So if you have more than 2 terabytes, you can't use the master file table. You have to use GPT, the GUID partition table. So in order to understand the GUID partition table, the first thing we need to know is, what is a GUID, or a GUID, or a globally unique identifier? What in the world is it? Well, it needs to be globally unique, and so it is referenced by a 128-bit unique reference number. That's a huge number, allowing for quite a large number of identifiers. So as being a nice unique number, they're displayed as 32 hexadecimal digits. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that one and have a look at a GUID. So you'll see that we have curly braces on either side, and that GUID is in between those curly braces, and it represents a 128-bit, which is some tens of undecillions of potential numbers. So it helps to keep it as unique as possible. And so in the Windows registry, so if you go into the Windows operating system, those GUIDs, as you see right over here in the registry editor, are used to identify COM DLLs. COM is the Common Object Model, and DLLs are dynamic link libraries. Both of these are used by developers for multiple purposes, which we don't have the capability to go into right now. But either way, in database tables, GUIDs are used as primary key values. Now, we also introduce another concept here of database tables that you would see in an RDBMS or a relational database management system. And but these are lower level tables that are used. The GUIDs are primary keys. In some instances, a website might assign a GUID to a user's browser to help track that session. And that GUID you might find in a cookie, for instance, a secure cookie or something like that. Windows assigns a GUID, a globally unique ID, to a username to identify user accounts. So in a Windows Active Directory system, you'll see that there is a GUID to uniquely identify the account. And then there are SIDs also, which are security IDs that also help identify what type of account it is and activities, etc. That's all dealing with Active Directory. But GUIDs are used in quite a lot of situations, as you can see, for the common uses of a GUID, a globally unique identifier. And one of the most important uses of a GUID, since we're talking about hard disks, is the GPT, or the GUID partition table. And so when you're using UFI, there's another acronym for you. After a while, you're going to have a lot of acronyms in your mind here. So UFI, EUFI, the United Extensible Firmware Interface. Legacy, if you boot an old system, it comes up with BIOS firmware. One of the ways that you can generally tell that you're running UFI instead of BIOS is UFI normally looks GUI. There's another acronym. It looks like a graphical user interface, almost like Windows or a graphical user interface running on top of Linux, whereas BIOS normally looks like a DOS. You know, it has lines and letters rather than a nice graphical interface. So UFI is a specification. It's a software interface between the OS and the platform firmware. So in fact, let's kind of just zoom in on this a little bit. We'll look at this a little bit further in the following modules here. But the BIOS is the first thing that starts when you hit that button. And in fact, another thing we'll talk about is the power on self-test that happens at the BIOS directs to begin the boot process, because we're going to be looking at the boot process in just a little while. Both the BIOS and UFI will start that boot process with that power on self-test. But the UFI actually has more capabilities by far than BIOS. It has replaced the old school BIOS as that interface between hardware and your operating system or other software. And it uses GPT, the GUID partition table. So as the BIOS is legacy firmware, the MBR is legacy. And some of the advantages of using GPT is that it supports 128 partitions, uses 64-bit LBAs, logical block addresses, supports a maximum partition size ranging from 2 terabytes to 8 zettabytes. And you'll notice that there's a different representation. Instead of terabytes and zettabytes, we have tebibytes and zebibytes. And the reason why we're going zebi and tebi and gibby instead of zetta and tera and giga is because the tebibytes and zebi, that little bi instead of ERA, tera, or whatever, represents the actual size a lot more accurately, and it's based upon a numbering system that helps with that than tera or zettabytes. But that's why I originally said terabytes and zettabytes, because most people understand that terminology a lot more than tebibytes and zebibytes. But what we're saying is if I have a 2 terabyte drive, 2 terabyte disk, up to an 8 zettabyte disk. By the way, I have not been able to find any 8 zettabyte disk drives in Walmart. I'm not sure why. If you look online right now, probably the largest disk drives that you'll find for sale, they're rotational drives, and they're going to be around 20 terabytes. Those are going to be the largest disk drives. So we're no way near 8 zettabytes or zebibytes for disk drives. So we have a lot of extra space to go before we use up the capabilities of the GPT, the GUID partition table. All right, it provides primary and backup partition tables for redundancy. Let's just have a little zoom in on the table scheme for the GUID partition table. So we have, we're talking about those LBAs from 0 all the way down. Let's go all the way down here to 34, 35, and then we for the 5 through 128, we have LBA2 and 1, etc., because we're heading into the secondary GPT header. Remember we said there's a backup, right? So there's the primary header, entries, partitions, and so on that make up a GPT. So very nice to have that redundancy in GPT, making the drives more resilient, the disks more resilient. So that's GPT. All right, now let's have a look at understanding the boot process for various operating systems. So as a forensic investigator, as a computer defender, as an ethical hacker, all of these require you to understand some of the basic fundamental functionalities of operating systems. And you can troubleshoot. Remember, we're talking about having the troubleshooting skills being one of the most important items here. If you know how an OS boots, then you can go back through and troubleshoot what exactly happened. So an attacker came in and they modified. What did they modify? Well, this drive has an MBR, or this drive has a GPT, and maybe they modified the disk at a load level, or maybe there was malware loaded in, or whatever, and it disrupted the boot process. But where was the boot process disrupted? So you can move your way through all the levels of the boot process depending on the operating system, and that might help you to find out what actually happened, what the attacker actually did, and when. And if you can do that, you might be able to correlate it with other actions that will allow you to solve the riddle of what actually happened with this computer system. So knowing the boot process is very important for forensic investigation. And I'll also say that just for general troubleshooting, knowing the boot process is very important. So when we boot, that is starting the OS from either cold or warm booting. We'll talk about that in a second, where we take that operating system that's stored in the hard drive or in your SSD or wherever it is, into working memory. Everything that you see on your computer right now, if you look at your browser, look at all the apps that you have the potential of running, when you run that app or your operating system as it's running right now, which you couldn't be working on this video if your operating system wasn't running, that is all in RAM, actively moderated and managed through your CPU and other processes, but it's in working memory right now. So, two types of booting. One is a cold boot. So if you start a computer that's been completely powered down, it is off. There is no thermal, if you were to thermally image the computer, you could not see any thermal dissipation from it because it is completely turned off. It's cold. And you hit that on button, and then all of the electricity courses through that motherboard, and your initial startup processes kick off and start booting that system. A warm boot is when you have a computer that is on. It's on already. And if you were to take a thermal image of that computer system, you would see heat dissipation from the power supply, heat dissipation a little bit from the CPU, and several other components that are storing energy. And what happens is, in some cases, in a warm boot, you already have the operating system in its current state, or previous state, stored and ready to run. A warm boot might occur when the system encounters a program error or requires a restart to make certain changes. And so in this case, let's say that you are in the middle of working on an Excel spreadsheet, and you get this is the 8th pop-up that you got saying, Microsoft needs to reboot your system. And Your system needs to reboot within the next whatever few minutes, or it is urgent now. You need to reboot your system to apply the changes from the Microsoft update. And so not wanting it to happen in the middle of your work, you close your spreadsheet, you click on the little pop-up link from the warning, and you tell it to reboot. And so in this case, like I said, thermal imaging would show that your hard disk is still running, that there is heat dissipation from your motherboard, your system is still warm, and then it reboots. It doesn't go all the way back through to the cold boot process. It just reboots. Sometimes in the industry, we call that bouncing a system, right? So you just reboot it, it comes back up, it's like a bounce, right? So that's a warm boot. System is fired up, and you tell the operating system to go ahead and boot it. All right, let's look at some essential Windows files in the boot process. The first one, and this is these are all important. I mean, if you have one of them missing or corrupted, you're going to have a lot of trouble booting. And all of these files at the kernel level are extremely protected. And on modern Windows operating systems, they also are kept track of to make sure not 1, 0, or 1 has changed in either file. And these are also files that attackers, at least some of them, like to corrupt using malware. So the first one is NTOS kernel, which is the executive and the kernel. This is the core of the operating system. From there we go to NT-kernPA. KernPA, what is PA? That PA is the first 2 letters of PAE, which is physical address extension. So this is the executive kernel with support for physical address extension. All right, next we have the HEL. HEL stands for Hardware Abstraction Layer, and this is the DLL that's responsible for creating a method for allowing the operating system to discover and make use of all the hardware on your computer system, and then allow access in the operating system to use and manages the use of that hardware. We have Win32K, which is the kernel mode part of the Win32 subsystem. We have NTDLL, this dynamic link library, supports functions, system services, has these little stubs that help with dispatch of these executive functions. And then we have the Win32 subsystem DLL files, which include kernel 32 DLL, ADVAPI 32 DLL, user 32 DLL, and GDI 32 DLL. So if you see any of these files, these are core system files for Windows systems. So how does it work? You have an MBR, master boot record. So you have a disk that is smaller than 2 terabytes. You are running a Windows operating system. So this is XP Vista 7. And you can do this with 10 also, because you can run, depending on the version of 10 actually, MBR boots. So this is, if you're running with Windows 8 and above, they can use traditional MBR, but a lot of them, especially if you were to go buy a Windows 10 or a Windows 11 system right now, it would be using the UEFI GPT, not the BIOS MBR, right? So you have to have a look at the operating system. If you have a computer system that has a 4 terabyte, 8 terabyte disk, and all of that disk is being used for one drive, like a C drive, then you're going to be on the UEFI GPT, which we'll talk about in a little while. But if you have a 2 terabyte disk or a 2 terabyte drive that's being used for your boot, you could actually be on the BIOS MBR. So let's look and see how it works. Number one, we have the BIOS. And what happens is the basic input-output system. What it does is it loads up first of all when you hit that power button from a cold boot. The BIOS looks around and says, do I have hardware? Is my hardware running? Where is the drive controller? Drive controller 0. From drive controller 0, where is disk 0? All right, from disk 0, let's find the MBR. Oh, there it is. And I found the location of the MBR of disk 0. All right, good. Well, now that I've found the MBR, let's see if I can find the VBR, the volume boot sector. Very good. All right, so let me hand that over to the operating system. And now the operating system is in charge, because wherever it's stored, and it's going to now be referred to, and that's going to be that nice NT boot sector that is found wherever it is on whatever drive partition. So the NT boot sector loads, and it's going to load a boot manager, and that boot manager, which is going to know information about the configuration of that system. And that would be information derived from the BCD. This is boot configuration data. And so what this says, the BCD is going to give us information about what sector, partition, etc., and which operating system to load first. You can have a multi-boot or some other type of situation, and the BCD would store that information. And then we also have winresume.exe in case there were other processes that were loaded into memory the last time Windows rebooted. So a bootmgr.exe is going to consult with these. Mainly it's going to be looking at that BCD on a regular cold boot, handing that information over to WinLoad. And WinLoad is going to start the process of loading the operating system. How does that look to you, a user or an investigator? So I go over to a cold system, I hit the button, and then there might be a vendor splash. Like for instance, if it's an HP system or a Dell system, you might see that. This is where we're all the way going up to here. And then once the BCD identifies the location of the operating system, then WinLoad loads NTOS kernel, and then we switch over from the BIOS UEFI to the OS. And that's when you see a Windows splash screen load around that time. Okay, there are several things that are happening here, but one of these is going to load that splash screen. NTOS kernel is going to consult with the HAL, the hardware abstraction layer, to make sure that it has access to hardware in the physical computer system. And then the NTOS kernel enters several phases. We're going to zoom in on those a little bit. This is phase 0, where we have the HAL initialization for the BIOS and the kernel initialization. And then phase 1, where we have the HAL init system and OBI init system, where objects that are important to Windows are loaded up onto the system. And then we have our SMS and Win32K sys that are consulted, and then we have our WinLogon. And when the WinLogon and LSAS happen, that's when you can actually log into the operating system. All right, so let's zoom in on this a little bit and have a look here. So one of the first things you want to do is be able to go into a system and identify partitions. How do you identify MBR? Well, the first thing you want to do, you can do this on your computer system right now. You can hit your Windows key and type in MANG, this first part of manager. And once you type that, you should see a link that goes to computer management. So you just type in the first few letters of the word management, or you can go from many different locations to find it. I just like searching from the Windows button. And then once you find that, you'll find system management. With system management, you can click on disk management, and you'll get disk management. And on disk management, you take any of the partitions you find. You can right-click on it and go to properties. And when you right-click on it and go to properties, you'll find the volume information, and you can see that's MBR right here. So you can get some of that low-level information by right-clicking on a volume in disk management, and that would be the MBR. So in the Windows boot process, we see that there's an MBR boot process. There's also a UEFI GPT boot process. So let's say I was just shopping online and putting together what would be a really cool laptop, and I found one that I could have 64 gigs of RAM and 16 gigs of SSD, wow, that's really cool. But obviously, if I have a 16 gig C drive on my system, that 16 gig disk is not going to be able to run with MBR. It's going to need UFI GPT. And so what is the process that we use for that? Well, number one, the CPU is going to be in protected mode. And there's a break right here where, remember how I was telling you in the MBR boot process where it's handed over to the operating system? Same thing over here. So here we go. We have our low-level hardware that we access and test in the power on boot process by initializing the firmware. So the firmware is the word firmware is a cross between hardware and software, and it is actually software that's running on a chip. And we get the same thing in BIOS and UFI. They're both considered firmware. Gets initialized. That firmware gets initialized, and then the low-level hardware is going to be initialized and tested, making sure it's going. And then we have the EFI drivers. Now we're actually running the UFI services because the boot recognizes the fact that it has good enough hardware to actually proceed with the boot through the SEC and PEI, and then we get to DXE. And then from there, we see the UFI service, the GPT or MBR, in this case it's going to be GPT, is recognized. We find that first boot sector. All right, found sector 0. Nice, we're good to go. And sure enough, there's information there. And so I can do an early OS kernel initialization and then hand it over to the operating system, and in this case, Windows, and then all the user mode processes where they're not protected at ring 0. Now we go to a higher level user mode process. So that is the UFI GPT. In some cases, can be looked at as much more simple, but when you actually look at the low-level processes that are happening and the protections that you are afforded from hacking and faults and so on, it's actually at a low level a lot more complicated. So if you want to identify the GUID partition table on one of your systems, this is what you can do. In fact, you can do this right now. If you're running a Windows system, what you can do is right-click on the bottom left-hand corner where you have your little Windows icon on the taskbar. Right-click on that, and then go to Launch PowerShell. PowerShell with admin permissions, and then it'll dim your screen and ask you to do yes or no to run it. Tell it yes, and then from there, you can do a get-GPT. So what that'll do is, let me just show you a specific get-GPT command. This is a get-GPT, and then we have a -path parameter, and then this is double whack dot whack physical drive 1, right? So this will give you the GPT information. If there is no GPT, it might be MBR, and you'll get this. And one of the things in terms of PowerShell, whenever there's an error in red that pops up, what you might want to do is read it. I've worked with students and customers that use PowerShell, and usually when they get this red text, they just decide, oh man, that's an error, I better try something else, without even reading it. If you see here, the error information is informative. It says, no GPT found. Please use get-MBR. Oh, that's what it's all about. I have a master boot record drive, an MBR, not GPT, and so it's telling me the command I can use. Another one I want to tell you about, irrespective of what you do with this command, the commandlet in PowerShell, if it begins with a get, just parses information. So if you type in the wrong thing and you get an error or it messes up, it's not going to hurt anything. If you were to use set in the beginning of a commandlet, then that would change things. So you want to be careful with that. But a get command, unless you pipe the output to a set commandlet, is not going to be very damaging. So don't worry about using that even on your own computer system. So what a get-GPT does is it parses. The word parse means to check into or to send in a probe to retrieve the actual data set. So let's just say parse means to send in a probe to retrieve the actual data set. When you parse something, it is an active query into the data or the metadata or the information associated with that, right? So if I parse the drive system, or I parse the directory structure, or I parse the username list, I'm actually sending in a little probe saying, hey, I need this, send me back the actual information. So this is a term that's often used in technical circles. I just wanted to make sure that it's understandable. So it parses, meaning it sends in a little probe and says, what is my GPT data structure? And that's contained in that first few sectors of the drive. And so you have to use the path parameter, that's that dash path, which will take that Win32 device name. And you know what, Win32, even though you're on Windows 11 or Windows 10, and here in 2022 or 2023, some of you watching this course, it's still Win32. It should at least be Win64. One of the very interesting items that we find with Microsoft operating systems is they have a huge amount of backward compatibility with older operating systems so that they can interoperate and so on. And I anticipate eventually Microsoft is going to completely redo their kernel. But for now, yeah, Win32. That 32 stands for 32-bit Windows, back when it was a really exciting thing when Windows went from 16-bit to 32-bit. That was a long time ago, but we still have a lot of those monikers. If you look in your Windows folder, probably the most important folder in your Windows folder is the Win32 System 32 folder, right? Even though you have a 64-bit system. So just a little throwback time there, throwback time for Thursday. Anyway, you have to give it the namespace. And this is double whack dot whack. Oh, and also, just one more thing here. Instead of saying backslash, you heard me use the term whack. And this is just a common way that Windows system engineers refer to the backslash. Why do we say backslash, whack instead of backslash? Because it's faster. That's why we say dot instead of period. That's why we say star instead of asterisk. That's why we say bang instead of exclamation point. Wasn't bang faster? Oh yeah. So you want to get these out faster. So slash is nice and monosyllabic. It's only one syllable. But whack is also monosyllabic. So we don't have to change the slash, but we're changing the backslash because we don't want to say backslash. We say whack. So you'll hear that a lot from Microsoft system engineers, etc., when they're dealing with paths. And in this case, I use that terminology. So I said whack, whack, dot, whack, physical drive 1. So just to go back and give you some of the terminology. So either way, you identify that namespace, and it runs. It gives you the information. Now, I will say this, that there are different namespaces for different disks. So sometimes you'll have to go and identify that. So if you have MBR, this is the error you'll get. Another method of doing that is going back into disk management, just like we saw before, right-clicking the disk, and then going to properties, and you'll be able to see the partition style, which is, in this case, GPT. All right, so we can also, as we see here, the get-boot sector that we see here with the path and physical drive 1, we can see that drive's boot sector, that first boot sector. This is actually important because it will, number one, tell you how the disk is formatted, whether it's MBR or GPT partition, how it's partitioned, not formatted, how it's partitioned. And we can then use the get MBR or get GPT, and that gives us information on that boot sector. So here we see a more modern system, and we're running that get dash boot sector path physical drive, physical disk, physical drive, excuse me, and it gives us the information on it. And then from there, we could do get forensic boot sector, give it the path, and it gives me some lower level information on the structure and the partition table. So this is run against a disk formatted with MBR in this case, and this one's run against a disk formatted in GPT. Further, in terms of the GUID partition table, we can use that get-partition table to, again, determine the type of the boot sector, whether it's GPT or whether it's MBR, and get the correct partition object. There's an entry point or a GUID partition table entry. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that that we see right here. And so we're running a get forensic partition table dash path whack dot path whack physical drive 0 in this case, and it even identifies the format, which is NTFS, whether it's bootable. There's one that is bootable and 2 that aren't, and the size in terms of start sector and end sector. And then down here, again in PowerShell, we're doing a get partition table. So we can actually see the entire partition table of that physical drive 1. And we see the partition GUIDs, the unique partition GUID, the starting LBA, the ending LBA, the attributes, etc., partition name. So very interesting stuff there. We can get some very low-level information, how it's formatted, what the partition entry object is, and much more low-level information. But also, when we're looking at GPT headers and entries, we have operating systems that support it. A lot of them do, and they have to because of the size of disks these days. They're just so much larger than they used to be, and so MBR just doesn't work anymore. So we have DiskPart, which is a very important tool to get to learn, and you can run DiskPart from a command prompt in Windows and pull out all your volume information. As you see here, we're moving through DiskPart. We start with DiskPart, and then the next DiskPart prompt, we select the first disk 0, and then the next DiskPart prompt, we go to detail of the disk, and then it dumps out all the detail of that disk, including all the volumes, their labels, their format, whether they're healthy, whether they're bootable or not. And so that would be DiskPart. In OS X, there's a disk utility. And in Linux, there are actually several different tools. And one thing in Linux is there are usually 10 different tools to do whatever you want. But one of the most popular one is called gparted, which stands for GNU parted tool. If we look over here on the right here, we're doing it. This is not gparted in Linux. This is, again, back to Windows. But we've selected partition 1, and then we're doing the detail of a partition. So again, we'll see this in the lab. You can follow me as I show you how to use some of these low-level tools. But another one that we're going to spend time talking about at the end of this module is SleuthKit. And this can be used to look at detailed partitions also. Also, you can use a hex editor. There are many different hex editor tools that you can use to go pull the low-level information and determine what's going on with this disk. So let's look at some artifacts that you might find as a forensic investigator in terms of the GUID partition table. Let's look at a case. Case 1, if the MBR is repartitioned or converted to GPT, then sector 0 will generally be overwritten with a protective MBR. So if you want to recover the data from the previous MBR partition volume, you need to use standard forensic methods, and you're going to be doing an extensive search for file systems. So yeah, they can be deleted or overwritten, but there are methods, there are ways. We have ways of still pulling out information from those file systems. So that's case number one. That's if the MBR is repartitioned or converted to GPT. The next one, if the GPT is repartitioned or converted to MBR, then the GPT header and all the tables might still be there intact. And then we have tools that we can use to find that. So if you have an implementation of a general partition deletion tool on a GPT on a disk, might only delete the protective MBR. That's all that's deleted, and that can be recreated by reconstructing the disk. As I was saying, for the most part, formatting and even repartitioning doesn't delete all of the data. And so we can use tools to find that. So as per UFI specification, if all of the fields in the partition entry are zeroed, so you have the partition area, that's not the entire disk, it's just the partition area, then it implies that the entry is not in use. In this case, data recovery from deleted GUID partition entries is not possible. So if you zero it out, then you can't go grab that info. So two different cases to look at. There are also GUID identifiers. So if you have a GPT scheme, it provides GUIDs that we can have. They have investigatory value because they're unique. They have potentially useful information in them. GUIDs have unique identified information both at the disk and individual partitions. And investigators use these to decode GUIDs and UUIDs. So, and there can be hidden information on GPT disks. So an intruder, we've seen if you have a look at some of the methods, the illustrations of how tables are laid out and so on, there are spaces that stuff can be hidden in. So you can actually hide data on GPT disks that you can also do, by the way, on MBRs. And so the location of those GPT disks where the data may be hidden is where? Interpartition gaps, unpartitioned space towards the end of the disk, also in the GPT header, and lastly in reserved areas. So these are areas that are normally skipped over by the, you don't see it when you look at the drive that's produced from that disk, but at a low level, if you have low level tools, you can load up and retrieve data hidden in these areas. And so as a forensic investigator, you'll need to have the tools to go dig that back out. And so we have current forensic methods and tools when we're dealing with GPT analysis. They are often unsatisfactory to go into these low-level GPT header, reserved areas, unpartitioned space, and interpartition gaps, and they require a higher level of tool than the standard tools to go get that hidden information from a GPT disk. All right, so right before you, in your investigation, you have sitting on the desk a Mac. So how does the Mac boot process work? Well, first of all, we have several different things to look at. Keep in mind there's a legend here that describes different types of files. So the blue ones we see here are EFI binaries. So that's our UFI. The sort of salmon colored ones here are the boot manager. And this nice little golden arrow is a value add. And we see two different types of arrows here. We have API specified communications. And then here the blue lines are if there is an error. All right, so let's go ahead and see what we find. We have a standard firmware initialization. We have drivers and applications that are loaded. And then we have a boot from an ordered list of EFI OS loaders executed. And then we have boot services are terminated. And then the operation is handed over to the OS loader. So this is the path that we're taking. After the firmware is initialized, then we have drivers loaded, and that's why we have APIs that help with that in terms of the drivers, and any low-level applications that help with communication between the Ring 0 drivers and the hardware, right? And then from here, we move to booting from an ordered list of EFI OS loaders is executed, and that's called the boot code. So again, an EFI binary. And then once that boot code is satisfactory, then we hand over to the boot process to the OS. And once that happens, you'll see this screen switch over to the Apple logo, and you'll begin booting that Mac. OS X. But wait, there are other operating systems besides the Windows operating system and OS X for Macs. We also have probably the most popular operating system if you take every single device from Android phones all the way through to iOS devices and back-end servers and data centers, and that is Linux. If you look at the table here, we see the kernel stage. So this is the lowest level of the operating system before we get to the user level up in Ring 1 or 2, depending on the OS. And then we have the bootloader stage, and then we have the lowest level here is the BIOS stage. So let's see what we have here. First, we have Post. What is Post? I hit the button on my Ubuntu Linux box because it's a cold boot, and then I get the power on self-test, which the BIOS checks its hardware, says, do I have a CPU that works? Do I have RAM, memory and that works? Do I have, are my buses up and running? Okay, good. All right, so now I'm going to search for an MBR. Or in the case of a UEFI, because you can run Linux with UEFI computers, it's going to search for GPT. And then it's going to find the pointer to a bootloader. And you can have several different bootloaders in Linux. And then what we're going to do is we're going to either create a RAM disk and load in netrd, there's an image, and then the kernel is going to mount a virtual root. Or we're going to just load the Linux kernel, and then we're going to mount the real root file system, and then we're going to run the init process, load that, and then run the system daemons. And what are daemons? Are they scary creatures running around a Linux box? No, what they actually are services that run in the background for Linux. So either way, once you run the virtual FS root down here, then you run Linux RC, and then you prepare the file system, and then again you're going to run the same thing. Eventually, once your Linux daemons are running, then it'll prepare the operating system according to how the user has set it up. In many cases, it will actually load a graphical environment like KDE or something like that to make it nice and good looking. But in other cases, for like servers and other devices, it'll just load the kernel and run the processes that were set up for whatever device you're dealing with. So that's the Linux boot process in a nutshell. As you can see, we focus mainly on the Windows boot process. And this is because if you're dealing with desktops or you're dealing with laptops, that's going to be the process you're likely going to be dealing with. When you're dealing with servers in the dev, servers or computers that are being programmed for Linux apps in the dev department, the programming department, or if you're dealing with OS X and for Macs, maybe dealing with, again, the dev department or creative people, then you'll hit that OS X. So that now brings us to understanding file systems. So we're going to look at file systems of Linux, Mac operating systems. So let's have a look. So Windows file systems. Back in the old days of Microsoft Windows, the only file system available was FAT, or the file allocation table. And you don't see this used very much in its just regular FAT, old school DOS format anymore. And what we're talking about now is when you're dealing with a Windows file system or a Linux file system, you can choose among multiple file systems that you will use to format the disk drive. And we've already talked about FAT a little bit. It comes in 12, 16, 32, or exFAT. And depending on the size entries of the file structure, FAT 12, that's really old school. In terms of the bytes per cluster within the allocation table, it's 1.5. And you only have less than 4,087 clusters with 12. With 16, it's between 4,087 and 65,526 clusters. And then in FAT32, you have 4 bytes per cluster. And it's between 65,526 and some 268 million clusters. And so that's what we're talking about with these tables. If we zoom in a little bit on what we see here, we have the FAT structure itself on the far right. In the middle, we have clusters. And in the far left, we have directory structures. And one of the problems but one of the problems that we had with FAT is even though we have a file, see on the far left side, you have file1.dat, you may have still a huge number of bytes because it's not a large file, it's a small file. You waste all that section, that part of the structure, you waste it all going from cluster 33 to 34. And so with the file allocation table, even though as disks got bigger and drives got bigger, you still had a problem with file storage because not all the space was able to be used because of the FAT structure. So Microsoft went from FAT to FAT32. FAT32 actually came after NTFS. NTFS is the new technology file system. It is now the standard file system. But it started with Windows NT. Then it went through XP and Vista and all the way through the major servers, Server 2019, and of course, Server 2022, which I actually have running on one of my VMs back at the labs. And so from Windows NT 3.1, which I had the opportunity to implement on networks way back in the 90s, forwards, for all of the server systems, for workstation systems later on, it became the default, especially when you're dealing with all the larger drive sizes and multiple terabytes. You really can't use other file systems. There is another file system that we don't really discuss in this class, but Windows servers, if you look at Server 2016, 2019, 2022, and you're dealing with big data, there's another drive system, you can look it up on Wikipedia or something like that, called REFS, the Resilient File System, which is made for extremely large data sets. But it is a data system that's pretty new, a file system that's pretty new, and it doesn't even have, it has a lot of features that NTFS doesn't have, but it also has features missing that most people need on a day-to-day basis. And so we don't see it used in laptops or desktops, or even most server systems are still using NTFS. NTFS has, it says over here, several improvements over FAT, but I would say massive improvements over the file allocation table in terms of metadata, data structures, performance, reliability, extensibility, disk space utilization, extensions, and so on. There's quite a lot. And journaling, very important. FAT doesn't journal. Journaling allows the file system to be more resilient to errors. So NTFS is actually very important. It's used almost ubiquitously, but not quite. in Microsoft systems. The architecture of NTFS, you have a hard disk, right? So we have a disk. We have a master boot record if you're using MBR, which has boot sectors. And then what's going to happen from there is we're going to load up the NTFS file system and the NTS OS kernel. They're going to find the structures of the operating system and eventually load up the splash screen all the way to LSAS and the boot, and then the user can log in and use the operating system. And everything the user does, all the applications that the user uses, every application that I use, are all user mode applications. So there's a divide in virtually all operating systems and file systems between kernel mode and user mode. In the kernel mode, everything up to that runs in kernel mode needs to be highly protected, because if ntfs.sys or NTOS kernel or any of the major components fails in kernel mode, then the entire operating system fails. Whereas if I'm using an application in user mode and the application crashes, it's only one application that crashes, not the entire OS. So that's why everything in kernel mode has to be highly protected. Now, in terms of the NTFS file system, there are some extremely important files in NTFS. And so $attrdef, which is definitions of file and system attributes. And we have, I'm not going to go through each of these, but bitmaps, log files, quota. These are used for mapping and bootstrapping and recovery and quota and mirroring the master file table and converting characters and naming and version numbers. So there are a lot of NTFS system files that you'll find at the low level when you examine NTFS. There's another file system, but we don't actually format a disk with EFS. So we don't actually format the disk, but what we can do with EFS, which was introduced with version 3 of NTFS, is use system level. This is very low level encryption that we can use. And the method that you use, instead of formatting a disk with EFS or something like that, rather you right click on a folder and go to the properties of the folder, and then you choose to encrypt the folder. So that's what it is. But when you do that, it is a very low level encryption that works on that folder, starting with the header, which is the data encryption field with the owner's public key, the public key and recovery agent, and the public key and recovery agent 2. You can have 2 recovery agents. And there are other fields that can fill up this header, and then that helps with the encrypted data. So it really depends on the encryption policy. And you can decrypt, encrypt files. It's really part of the low-level file attributes of that file, which is why we include it as part of the file system area that we're discussing right now. So that is a feature, and actually a very good one, of NTFS, offering file encryption. The next area that NTFS really helped to address is the idea of sparse files. If you save a very large file on NTFS, what will happen is there'll be gaps. And so we have the ability to actually save disk space to allocate only meaningful non-zero data to storage. Now, this is another feature of NTFS. It can make retrieval of the data a little bit slower, but it makes the management of that disk quite better, because what this is we see there is just a lot of extra areas in the storage of the file on the disk that is completely unused. So NTFS, it marks a file as sparse. It assigns a hard disk cluster only for the data defined in the application. So then the non-defined data of the files are non-allocated space on the disk. So before, you have a 10 gig file, and it takes 17 gigs to store it because you have 7 gigs of meaningful data and the rest is sparse. But using the sparse file attribute, what will happen is if you have 7 gigs, you have a 10 gig file, your disk space used will be 7 gigs, and the meaningful data will be 7 gigs. So it really helps with making sure that you have the most optimal storage of files on an NTFS formatted disk. Let's talk about Linux file systems themselves. And the Linux file systems are characterized by, like we're talking about before, kernel and user space. So remember I was saying anything in kernel space is highly protected because it has direct access, in this case through device drivers, to the physical hardware. And if anything in the kernel level fails, it can be detrimental to the entire operating system. So that device driver section allows access to device drivers, and then those device drivers are made accessible to the virtual file system. Now, the virtual file system has a buffer cache at the very low level, and then we have individual file systems. And the reason we have a virtual file system is because there can be many different individual file systems that plug in right here. And irrespective of what version of Linux that I'm running, I want the file system to be presented through the system call interface to user space the same way, irrespective of individual file system. So this virtual file system has directory cache access, inode access, and it sends information up through the system call interface, and sometimes directly from low-level user applications in the user space, but usually through the GNU-C library, making that system call through the virtual file system, which accesses the individual file system through buffer cache, and then, if need be, and usually you need to, make a device driver call to the underlying system hardware. But as a user of Linux, you're going to be operating in the user space using user applications, just like we saw user mode in Windows. So what about file systems for Linux? There's a file system hierarchy standard that we have, or the FHS for Linux. That virtual file system makes this possible for us, and it's the directory structure and contents for Linux and Unix-like OSs, and all of the directories are under the root directory. The root directory is just a slash. And then these are the basic directories. And this is something you need to be aware of. So let's just take a little time and dive into the description of each of these. So let's zoom in on it. So the first one is bin. And really these are binaries. So perhaps I should pronounce it bine, but that sounds kind of weird. So that's bin, which is all the binaries. What is a binary? A binary is a file that can be executed. In Windows, we call them executables, or we call them, there are many things we call them, but they run in memory and require a thread of access from the CPU. So that's bin for binaries. We have boot that has static bootloader files, your kernels, your netrd. You have dev, which is device. Yeah, get it, dev, device, right? We have etc. So if you're from the Windows world, you might be tempted to pronounce that as etc., but that's not what it actually is. It's etc., and these are host-specific system config files. You'll find a lot in there, like for instance, host itself. Host is a file that has the equivalent of DNS. It has fully qualified domain names or host names that line up with IP addresses, and there are other things that you'll find in etc., quite a lot of them, but they're for that specific host. Next we have /home, and this is where you have your home directories. And so if you're running Ubuntu or something like that, Mint, this is where you'll spend most of your time as a user. Then we have a lib, which is the libraries for the binaries. So that works together with the bin folder for applications that need access to resources. And then we have media, which are mount points for removable media. We have MNT. These are temporarily mounted file systems. OPT or opt, which are add-on application software packages. Root, which is the home directory for the root user. If you've never really worked with Linux, the root user is the equivalent to the administrator, has all the power to do anything they want on the system. So that's the home directory of the root user. Let's put root over there at the top. Well, I guess the furthest up we can get is media. So after root, we have proc, which is the virtual file system that gives us access to the kernel. We saw that in the diagram previously. We have /run, which gives us information about running processes, daemons, logged in users. And we have sbin, which is the binary files that we need for working, just for the working of the operating system. We have srv, site-specific data for services that the system provides. We have /tmp, these are temporary files, /usr. It's a secondary hierarchy, but it's classed as read-only user data. And then we have var. Var is where we can find logs. Var is where we can find spool files. And probably the most used one for forensic investigators would be var logs, but we also are going to look at printer files like spool and others. So, but var log would probably be the most important one. So this is the FHS, the file system hierarchy that you'll find on every Linux box. All right, now we look at EXT. There are many different versions of EXT that you find. This is the extended file system. It is the first file system for Linux, and it overcame, there used to be a OS called, or file system, excuse me, called Minix, and it had a lot of shortcomings. And so EXT was very nice because it allowed larger partition size. Way back when it first came out, wow, 2 gigabytes. I remember back when gigabytes was exciting. Wow, you know, giga means billion, that's a lot. Nowadays, we routinely mess with terabytes and beyond. Maximum file size of 255 characters back in the first EXT file system. It removed some of the 2 major Minix FS limitations, which was a max partition size of only 64 megs and short file names like 8 characters, I think, back then. And the major limitation of the file system was that it didn't support separate access, inode modification, or timestamps for data modification. So it needed improving, and so it was replaced by EXT2. EXT2 solved a lot of the major early Linux issues. It's a very standardly used file system, improved algorithms compared to old EXT, made it faster, and it also had additional timestamps. It had a nice special field in the super block. So this is the actual physical layout where we have block 0, etc., and then we have a block, whatever group, n minus 1. In these individual blocks, as you see block n over there or whatever, we have a super block, a descriptor, a block bitmap, an inode bitmap and table, and then data blocks. So this is how it's mapped out. And we could say a lot more about all of these, but really we're just giving you an overview of it. And so it's very nice, helps to identify file system status areas as clean or dirty, but it has shortcomings. Shortcomings are the file system, it was easily corruptible, especially when writing ext2, and the reason why is that word we mentioned earlier is lack of journaling. Journaling helps to keep track of where files are, helps with the resiliency of the operating system. Then along came ext3, and ext3 is finally journaling. We'll look in just a few seconds here at what journaling really is and how helpful it is. So it has journaling, and it's ext3 is still used in a lot of places, and it uses, even though ext4 is out, it uses file system maintenance utilities like fsec, and it also has maintenance and repair, and it enhanced some of the capabilities that were pretty good in ext2 and overcame a lot of the issues with ext2. And so this is a command where if you had ext2, which I don't know any Linux implementations that are running, but it gives you the command with tune to FS and give it the partition name, and you can upgrade from ext2 to 3. So it has data integrity, it has better speed, and they made it easy to transition from ext2 to ext3. Now, I've been mentioning journaling. Let's talk about journaling. Journaling is great because it helps to make sure that you don't lose information. It helps with data integrity on your computer. So there's a journal that records all the information, all the updates that are ready to be applied to the file system. So let's say that I am working on a document and I click Save. Before the updates are applied to this file, they are written to the journal. And let me tell you, this is very important. And because what can happen is I hit Save, and while it's about to save, the power goes out in the whole area, and my computer crashes. Right? So if the journaling system works, when I reboot my system, those writes that were about to be made are in the journal, and they get rolled forward and they complete the write of the file. Now, I'm using a kind of clumsy example there because most of these journaling writes are, and I'm using the word write as in W-R-I-T-E, as to put information into the disk. Most of these journaling writes are very low level, right? And so we avoid corruption because the file system can check the journal and the file to make sure that they both match. And so it restores the data on the hard disk to the state it existed in before the occurrence. So we can, with journaling, roll forward or roll back. And so even rolling back is nice because then I have a clean file. It doesn't have the latest update, but it's clean and it works and it can be opened. If the file is corrupted, it cannot even be opened. So we really need to have that type of journaling to help avoid corruption from a crash or a power failure. And so we can resume the task that we were doing. We may lose a little bit of information, but we don't lose the whole file because of journaling. So ext3, ext4, ZFS, and XFS, these are all examples of journaling systems that we use in Linux. Because of its stability, ext4 is actually the most commonly implemented of Linux file systems. So ext4 goes beyond ext3 and makes it even more stable. So let's talk about ext4, the fourth extended file system. It is journaling. It replaces ext3, and it has even more features. It has advantages over 2 and 3 file systems, particularly in terms of performance, scalability, reliability. It's been very important, especially in data centers and use of highly available forms of Linux. It supports, you have to have the 2619 kernel onwards. So what are some of the features? The size of the file system, multi-block allocation, persistent pre-allocation. That, again, is a way of making the system more resilient. Extents and FSCK or FSUC speed, improved timestamps, delayed allocation, journal check summing. So we have checksums associated with the journal even. Backward compatibility, so it'll work with other file systems. So ext4 is pretty nice. If we talk about it a little bit more, we see the layout of the ext4 disk with all the meta block groups. So we have these meta block groups. They are numbered starting with 0. And in each one of those, we have group 0 through whatever is labeled for that run. Here we have group 63. And inside these groups, we have the super block, the group disk block, the block bitmap block, the inode bitmap block, and the inode table, and the data block. And so that's the repeating structure that we have with ext4. I encourage you to do a little bit more research on ext4 because it's extremely interesting how this file system works. But now let's have a look at Mac OS file systems. So for Mac file systems, we have Unix file systems, we have HFS hierarchical file systems, we have HFS Plus, and we have Apple file systems. So UFS, the Unix file system, was actually derived from back in the days of the old school Berkeley fast file system, or FFS, which actually was developed by Bell Laboratories. That's an old name from a long time, from the first version of Unix as a file system. That's a long time ago. So if you look at BSD, that B, by the way, stands for Berkeley, right? Unix. And it's derived, all BSD is derived from FreeBSD, NetBSD, OpenBSD, NextStep, which was a Steve Jobs company after he broke off from Apple, and Solaris. They all use some type of variant of UFS. And probably these days, anybody using BSD, and there are a lot of BSD users because of the stability and security of the system, will probably be using FreeBSD or OpenBSD. All right, so then comes HFS, a hierarchical file system developed by Apple for Mac OS. And then they move forward after a while to HFS Plus, which is the successor to HFS and was used as a primary file system for Mac. And then we move forward from there to the Apple file system, which is APFS, which was developed for Mac OS 10, 13, and later. So you'll find this in all the newer Macs. So let's have a deeper dive into the different types of Mac OS file systems. All right, HFS Plus, the Hierarchical File System Plus. It's successor to the old school HFS, primary file system for Mac, supporting large files, Unicode naming items for folders, also called the Mac OS Extended or HFS Extended. Back in the old iPod days, it was used for iPods, allowed them to users to do much better efficient use of hard disk space and internationally friendly file names because that Unicode up there, we see right there. And also in terms of non-Mac OSs, if people wanted to boot Windows and other types of OSs, was very easy to do that with HFS Plus. Next, we have the Apple file system. The APFS, or Apple File System, was introduced for Sierra. If you look at OS X, which is 10.3, back in 2017, it replaced everything that was used before. And so it's used for iOS, you see down here, watchOS, tvOS, and Mac OS. And so there are two major layers for APFS, the container layer and the file system layer. And so the container layer has high-level information like volume metadata, if stuff is encrypted, snapshots, volume information at the container layer. And then at the file system layer, where you have your data structures that actually store information. So your actual file content in that file and structure, metadata, and directory structures and all that. So most what we deal with as users of OS X would be in the file system layer, and we as forensic investigators deal with the file system layer and the container layer when doing investigations of Apple file systems. All right, so we've looked at file system types and how the disk is laid out and so on. But what we need to do is zoom in and have a closer examination of file systems. So when we are examining file systems, as a forensic investigator, we want to pull as much information out of that file system as possible. We want to not only get the file system and file metadata, but we also want to get other tags. We want to find out if there are hidden files. There's a lot that we can pull out of a file system. So one of the major tools for getting that extra information out of file systems is called Autopsy. It's a digital forensic platform, and it's a graphical interface to the sleuth kit, or TSK. And actually, it's a graphical overlay for other digital forensic tools. And so if we are investigating file system related activities on a system, then it is quite useful. So speaking of the sleuth kit that Autopsy can be used with it, let's talk about the sleuth kit. It's a file system analysis kit that has a library. It is a library and a collection of a lot of command line tools that allow you to investigate the volume and file system data. If you have FAT or XFAT or NTFS or even UFS or all the EXTs, all kinds, even YAF 32. This is yet another file system. And so it has system tools you can examine, suspect computer non-intrusively. And we saw if you have a Mac, if you have a Sun, I used to use Sun workstations all the time, GUID partition tables, BSD, it analyzes RAW. DD, by the way, is a very important tool in Linux for mounting, unmounting, examining, using file systems. Basically what it's used mainly for is to create images. And DD stands for carbon copy. But the CC was taken by another utility, so they just went to the next letter, and it's DD. So you create disk images mainly with DD, although it does other things. Expert witness, AFS, it analyzes all of those. And again, we saw all the different file systems that it supports. And a little note, let's look at the note. To perform analysis, create forensic images, DD, talked about that there, or EO1 of hard disk or pen drive using disk imaging tools. So we create the image. When we've created a forensic image of a pen drive in the EO1 format using, then we'll have that image using the Access Data FTK Imager. So in other words, we can analyze by creating the image and then analyzing the image. All right, so now other tools. This is just one more tool that we can use, and this is called WinHex. WinHex is a hexadecimal editor used for computer forensics, data recovery, and again, low level. When I use the term low level, that means that we're looking at the actual instructions at the binary and hexadecimal level of the disk, or even of applications when we go look at applications. And we inspect all and edit all types of files, recover lost data with WinHex. And we can even have recover corrupted data from memory cards, digital cameras. So there's quite a lot we can do. All right, so I tell you what, there's a lot to think about with all this information about the way disks work, the way we create drives and images, and the way that disks are formatted, the boot process, how we make use of that low-level data to bring an operating system up and running. We talked about the differences through all of this between Windows, Linux, and Mac, with a focus on Windows, since the vast majority of forensic operations that you'll perform will be on desktops and laptops that are running Windows. So we need to know a lot about Windows. All right, so in the next module, we're going to talk about data acquisition and duplication. Join me there. Welcome to Module 4 of Digital Forensic Essentials. And in Module 4, we're going to be looking at data acquisition and duplication. In Module 4, we're going to look at several different areas. Number 1, understanding data acquisition fundamentals. Number 2, the different types of data acquisition. Number 3, the format for data acquisition. And probably what I would say is the core of this module is we're going to look at the data acquisition methodology.